Do 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 do. Boy, I sure hope that's copyright-free music.
I do too.
You just lost all your money on this one.
Oh man.
We still haven't made any money with hit or miss, so it's all right.
Well, yeah. Speak for yourself, though. This isn't on the Hit or Miss channel, now is it?
No, it's on the Smeggy42 channel on YouTube.
From Maine, anti-gun legislation voted down by Senate. So that's cool.
Who's that sexy person talking?
Legislation document 351 with a 25-4 vote.
Can't stand the sound of my own voice.
Calling their vote.
Anyways.
So I don't know if Christopher's out there listening, but jump in if you can. Curious to. Why is it got Hosh on there? Is Hosh in here?
No. He was on last night. We had a great discussion last night. We were all over the place.
I got to refresh over here. Did Smeggy even post this chat? Oh, yeah, there he is.
Yeah, it's up there.
Hosh was on here last night?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We were all over the place. I got to refresh over here.
Who's listening to the chat?
Post this chat.
Amateur hour.
I'm rigging it up. All right, well, I threw another link out there. So, Christopher, if you are listening still, jump in, please. I'd be curious to chat with you a bit about what you were talking about on your show the other night. Anyway, thanks for hosting. Smeggy, I don't know if you were planning on it or not. Are you heading out? Are you around for a while?
Yeah, no, I'm around.
All kinds of stuff.
Hi, guys.
Hey, Tony.
Hey, everybody.
Dog.
What's up, dog?
Not too much. First day without the family here.
Is that a good thing? Is it quiet and relaxing?
You send them away on the 4th of July?
Nah, the kids are going with my mother to Disneyland.
Oh, you lucky man, you.
Holy moly, on the 4th of July. I bet you that's crowded.
Wasn't my idea.
Mm.
But after having them in my house for a week, and it's been a long week.
Is that like a day trip and they'll be back this evening, or is that like they're gone for days?
No, they left. So they left my place at 1 o'clock this morning, and they're gonna stay at my cousin's place because my cousin lives by Disneyland.
That's like a full day for them there, and then they just come back tomorrow, kind of thing.
No. They're gonna be there, I think, until the 5th, and then they all go back to their respective parents.
Oh.
Nobody comes back here. No.
Oh. Okay. I wonder what Disneyland is like now. Probably weird now.
I actually think I enjoy it more as an adult than I ever did as a kid.
Really? Because there's more stuff to do, or why?
The architecture and engineering standpoint, there's the attention to detail. Stuff that you don't really care about as a kid, you're more looking at like the bigger picture. As you get older, you start to zone in on more of those fine details, and you realize, wow, this is what somebody with OCD and a lot of money can really do.
That's cool. So it's not like a thrown together carnival that's falling apart or nothing.
Oh no, it's they keep that place, both parks, even the new park they built, they keep them both pretty high end. And I don't know if like any of you are interested in like animatronics and stuff, but the Lincoln exhibit they have is one of the oldest showcases of animatronics in the world, and it's hard to believe it's as old as it is.
That's pretty cool. I've seen some specials on some of the stuff they did, and it's impressive.
Yeah. I just wish it wasn't located in California.
A lot of us do.
So what's going on with everybody else?
Not too much. Just got done with a 4-hour Every Second Matters chat.
Yeah, I was listening for the first 3, and then I jumped over to Yankees chat. He was butthurt he didn't get an invite.
Well, he got a link, so he needs to stop being dumb. I mean, it's one thing if, okay, maybe the email didn't go through, whatever, but he knows to just jump on gun channels and be like, hey, can I have a link? And we'd send him one. I mean, hell, I gave one to Night Strike right near the end there.
Well, but if he didn't know it was even going on, then he wouldn't have been at his computer to ask for it. So I could see that.
Well, if he was butthurt he didn't get it, then he knew that it was going on.
All right, but I'm saying, anyhow, I don't know how long it was, but yeah, you're right. He could have jumped over to gun channels and asked for a link if it was a long time or something. But he sent a link to me and Matt, and it was dated, or it was time-stamped like hours before I got it, like minutes before his chat. So it's possible that they just hang in some sort of weird lag when they're going back and forth without priority or something. I don't know. I can't imagine why.
Smegs, you're going to have to start hand-delivering links.
When I get the van, I'll be able to just drive the links to everybody.
Right now, I'm still just sitting here seething at Verizon for not thinking that when I upgraded my account, that wasn't okay enough to upgrade my freaking automatic payment. In a way, and in a way, it got warm too damn quick. I'd have roasted my ass off at the range this morning. So I think I'm going to start using the indoor range and air conditioning.
That's right.
God damn, I wasn't trying to kill the freaking chat with my being pissed off at Verizon.
I'm really lucky I don't have to use Verizon. I've been able to use Metro PCS, the Getro phone, for years. It seems to work everywhere I go.
I can tell you where I'm at. My house is in a freaking hole in the ground, basically, and the only thing that works here is Verizon. But not through a Verizon tower. It has to pick up a Sprint tower, and for some damn reason, Sprint won't work here.
That's weird.
Yes, it is. I ain't really got a bitch against Verizon as far as the service and whatnot goes. It's fine. It's just this dumb little stop that annoys me.
I wasn't a big fan of Verizon, but I'm pretty sure Verizon is what I had when we were driving around in 12, and there was literally one spot when you go east in New Mexico, and you leave Albuquerque and you go across like nothing desert there for a minute. There was a couple of spots there where there was no signal, and then we got all the way to, and then there was signal by the time we got even close to Texas, and then there was signal, or we lost signal again between where Yeager is in Tennessee and Fort Campbell is in Kentucky. There, you kind of go up and down really a lot, at the little river valleys or whatever, and we lost a little bit of signal there. But all through Arkansas, where it's crazy, and all through Virginia and Tennessee and Georgia and stuff, nothing, like no problem at all. Signal everywhere. Texas, signal everywhere. It's crazy.
Yeah, I rarely ever find a place I don't have signal.
And that was in 2012. It got to be better by now.
I'm like I said, I'm not hacking on Verizon's service at all. It's just the fact that they deducted my 45 or $65 out of my account for what my old plan ran, and didn't upgrade the automatic payment amount. And I had jumped through several hoops to get everything all straightened out. It just kind of irked me. To give them $20, basically. I can tell you one thing I found out this morning. As far as using it as a hotspot, my Windows phone is dramatically better than my old lady's new Samsung. I just found out that I'm going to have my grandkids for the first and third week in August, or last week in July through the first week in August. Well, my daughter goes to training, so it looks like they're going to get a primer on squirrel hunting because I'm not missing the beginning of squirrel season. Teach that 5-year-old granddaughter how to walk through the woods and shut up.
Then he strikes back and then he leaves.
Do what?
My strike was away and then he's like, I'm back, and then he leaves.
Don't care.
So we throw the link out there if anyone wants to join.
Me and the old lady went walking in the woods yesterday. I wanted to go to the place where I normally hunt and where I plan to deer hunt because I found out I got my permit. And I just wanted to see how bad shape I was in for walking. And I walked through it just fine. But we got about 3/4 of the way through it and walked up on a doe with twin fawns. And I managed to get her to stop talking quick enough that she could see them. I said, now, when you hear family members saying that there's no way I'm walking up on all these deer that I'm talking about, now you've got proof that I do. And took pictures. So yesterday was a really good day. Where the hell is Ponry? Why the hell ain't he in here?
Speaking of teaching young ones, I just got done having 3 teenagers and 2 7-year-olds out at the range with me this week. I'm not sure.
Good for you. I think it's great.
It's always fun until I come home and I start counting how much ammo we burned through.
It's well worth it. I don't care how much ammo I blow to teach the kids. I took what the hell is he now? 8? 8-year-old grandson out squirrel hunting with me either last fall or early this winter. And this is a kid who doesn't shut up. I mean, he's got ADHD and he talks a lot. We went through the hunting, walking through the forest. I just walked him through a trail, so he didn't have to bust brush and stuff like that because I didn't want to make it hard. He walked through that whole trail, which is about 2.5 hour walk. And the only thing he ever said to me was, "We're lost." Unless I talked to him first. He kept quiet the whole way. But he was scared to death that we were lost. And don't worry, buddy. I know right where I'm at.
That's pretty good. Yeah, and I had the 7-year-olds who decided they finally got brave enough they wanted to get behind one of the ARs. They're not quite big enough yet, but it was fun teaching them how to sight in and whatnot.
Yeah, the grandson that I was talking about, he went to the range with his mom and her fiance yesterday, and I let him take the little chipmunk or Keystone Cricket 22 that I bought for them to shoot, plus my little Phoenix, and shoot it. So he's probably got his first time of shooting a pistol yesterday. The daughter and son-in-law to be didn't like the Phoenix because they weren't able to easily figure out how to make it work. It's got 2 safeties, so that's too complicated.
I haven't done that with the littlest ones yet, as far as the handgun goes. I normally set them out with the 10-22. They do okay.
Oh, I went early last year and bought a Phoenix, or not Phoenix, God, Keystone Cricket, which is a kid's 22. Single shot bolt action that you have to manually cock after you put a round in. And boy, the grandkids get freaking delight from that thing. So, I think it was $120, maybe not even that much. Very well spent money, and the gun's accurate, got fairly decent sights. I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't be opposed to taking it hunting. It's a little too small for me, but it shoots good enough. I have never had a problem with it, although my daughter said that it jammed on them for some reason, but I don't know what it was because I wasn't there, and it's functioning perfectly fine now. But I could recommend those to anybody that's got little kids that they want to teach to shoot. Along with that little Daisy Buck BB gun, that little sucker's pretty accurate, and kids enjoy that thing too.
See, I'm a firm believer. Every kid should have a Daisy rifle and that Crossman pump handgun. They've been making forever.
1377.
That might be the model. I can't remember off the top of my head. But they've been making those things forever. Every kid should have one of those growing up.
That's got to be the single greatest BB gun ever made, is that handgun. And it isn't really a BB gun. I mean, it's not meant to shoot BBs, but...
Well, it's meant for pellets, but it handles BBs fine.
Mine won't if you tip it down. They'll roll right out of it. But
I've never had that problem.
If yours is older than mine, it may have the magnet in the end of the bolt. Mine don't.
Okay, yeah. Now, the one I have, I got from... Oh, shit. Yeah, I guess it has been that long. It's been more than 20 years.
Although I had this one, when I got back into guns, I bought all this stuff just like 2 years ago. because I wanted all these things here.
You talking about that Crossman 1911?
No, the Crossman 1377, that pneumatic target pistol.
Oh, the one that's really weird looking and really long, and you pump the front of it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I thought you were talking about that 1911.
That 1377 has got to be, it's the best one I've ever had my hands on. I've had several of them. They've all been extremely accurate.
Well, they weren't new when I got mine, and I was a little kid, so they had to be in the middle of the 80s, and they weren't a new thing back then even.
Oh, they had them back in the
Oh, yeah.
70s.
Yeah, those things have been, it seems like they've been made forever, as long as Crossman's been making them, it seems. But the kids like those because they can use those here on the property. We don't have to go anywhere, so they can shoot the little metal targets in the backyard.
Have you tried out the CO2 semi-auto clones lately?
I haven't, mostly because I had a CO2 when I was young, and I remember how like it seemed like we had to refill it all the time, and I'm kind of on the cheap side.
I just here a few months ago bought a couple of them, and one of them was the lady version for the Crossman, thinking that it would appeal to the granddaughter and the wife to play with. $5 or $29, and it is very good. It's not heavy as a regular handgun, but the trigger feels reasonably decent. The gun's accurate. It's pretty economical. I mean, it'll shoot 100 to 125 rounds before it needs to be refilled, maybe more. It's got a magazine that holds 20, 22 BBs, and it is a BB gun. I love it, and you can play with it here, and it's just like shooting freaking semi-auto, except it holds more.
I bought two of the little full auto. I forget what the hell the brand is. They were like $70 or something, maybe, but they're full auto. So you put a CO2 in there, and you can shoot full auto. It's super fun.
Hang on a second, I'll check because I ain't put cartridges in this thing for probably a month.
I also have a 2-shot airsoft Derringer with some CO2, I think.
All right, it's loaded and got BBs. I don't know if you'll hear it or not. It works. Yep. So it doesn't leak off air at all.
Poke your eye out.
No. I ain't Ralph. So they don't leak.
How much do those do the refill canisters run you?
I think I spent like 20 or $22 for 40 of them. Maybe even less than that. Because I bought the 2 handguns and the refills all at once, and it was like, gosh, I don't think it was $60.
See, that's way more economical than years ago when I was looking at that.
Yeah, you can buy them.
It's not bad.
CO2 containers in packs of 40 for real cheap, and I'm half of them in 6 months.
Yeah, next time I'm over at the Big Five, maybe I'll have to take a look at that.
The Umarex version, the cheap one, isn't as good, which I bought a Crossman and an Umarex, and it's still all right. I mean, you can shoot targets with it, and it'll put pellets on paper fairly accurately, but the trigger is terrible. And it's as efficient as the Crossman, so you know, it's just the trigger's god awful on the thing. And these were both cheap. I think if you're looking for economical, though, you wouldn't want to go to one that cycles like a real gun, because they make some that the CO2 actually blows the slide back. I'm sure that expends extra CO2.
Yeah, and like I said, other than when the kids are here and they like to plink on the little metal targets in the backyard, I really only use them for occasionally picking off a rabbit. So
All these things are pretty powerful. I mean, they're doing 425 to 480 feet per second. I mean, I don't think it would kill a rabbit, to be honest with you, but it will play hell with a mouse.
mice are currently not my problem, so I suppose I should be grateful. Rabbits are my current nemesis.
Well, I get mice in here every fall because I'm out in my garage, and there's just no way to keep them out. When the weather turns, they look for warm.
Yeah, I keep getting these rabbits that try to get under the house, and they try to get out under the shed. And
I think I'm up to like 18 with that 1377.
nice.
I can hit them from 12, 14 feet away with that pretty easily. It's really accurate. Got decent sights. Be right back. I got to refill my coffee.
All right. Nothing like getting kicked out for no reason. Thank you, Google. Tony, did you say you were getting ready for squirrel season earlier?
He said he was going to go get coffee.
Ah,
Okay.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Hot cup of Folgers Crystals decaf. Mm-mm. Life sucks when you get old. I'm drinking instant decaffeinated coffee. I would not have touched that when I was younger. Now I actually like it.
That's okay. I would have never touched a diet soda when I was younger, and now I find it's all I buy.
I don't touch diet. I can't stand it. My doctor, even though I'm a diabetic, my doctor said that because I cut down from the huge amount I drank before to drinking like one either 16.9 or 20-ounce bottle every 2 days. He's fine with that because I was drinking like at least 1 2 liter every day Pepsi.
For me, it was just.
Go ahead.
For me, it was Jack and Coke.
The day I found out I was diabetic, I quit drinking, but there was some other issues with that. I didn't metabolize alcohol very well. But I told Doc, I said, look, I can't shake this Pepsi completely. And I can't drink diet. I can't stand it. He said, that's all right. He said, if you cut down, like you said, which I wasn't lying, it's true. He said, I'm fine with that. You know, drinking 8 ounces a day is not going to be a big problem.
For me, it was, I think I was about 26 years old. And because of a change in career, I went from drinking every day to, and one day I was at a gas station and the Coca-Cola tap wasn't working. Coke. And for whatever reason, I found that without alcohol, I like the way that tastes better.
Most of my brothers drink diet Pepsi, I think. I just, can't do it. And I've tried.
I just think it's funny how as we get older, our sense of taste changes.
I used to drink coffee like syrup. I mean, I would have a whole bunch of sugar in it and 4 creamers, and it would look like yellow milk by the time I was done with it. And then I got an ulcer, and I had to give up the sugar and creamers in it altogether. And now I would literally retch to drink coffee with sugar in it because, yeah, God, it's awful.
That's how I feel about some of these energy drinks. I used to drink a lot of Rock Stars when I was young.
Yeah, I used to do long distance bicycle riding, so I would usually like ride 20, 25 miles every day. And to try to replenish with something like Gatorade, you'd have to mix it down with water about 3-to-1, water to Gatorade, because it was so putridly sweet. After done some exercise for a length of time, and you started to, lower your electrolyte levels and possibly slightly dehydrated yourself.
Yes, you'd have that heightened sense of taste.
Oh, man, it was awful. It was so sweet. And when you drink it and you're not doing nothing, it doesn't really seem sweet.
Yeah, my late teens to my early 20s, I was big into powerlifting. So we dehydrate ourselves to make weight before a weigh-in. And it always seemed like for the first day or so after, you would start eating and drinking again. everything tasted super sweet or super salty.
Yeah, I don't particularly remember the salty side, but I'm sure that that's true. Like usually after I've ridden for a couple hours, excuse me, I didn't want to eat.
Uh,
Cyclists go after a little different. We usually load up before.
well, yeah, you guys are normally carb heavy and stuff.
Right, yeah, we carbo load heavily the night before we'd ride, and because I was riding nearly every day of the week, I was doing that crap every night.
No, back when I was weightlifting, the weightlifting world, we were on the opposite spectrum. We tried to avoid the carbs, and we stayed towards the fat and the protein.
And you guys, like you said, you weighed in, so you wanted as little weight on you as you could get. Where that really was never an issue with the cyclist.
Well, I mean, it's one of the reasons I had to marry my wife. My wife would put up with me when I'd cut my calories down to 500 a day. She'd put up with that for 3 weeks and not divorce me.
I don't know. People do odd stuff when they're doing sports oriented or fitness oriented goals. And it's really odd to talk to people who are in a different sport because, they're completely different. And I suppose it's largely because of the way that you expend the energy that you're expending.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's like my buddies who were in the bodybuilding circuit. They would start cutting water weight and everything about 13 weeks away from their contest, and they have to maintain that conditioning and the look for a whole weekend. And from powerlifting standpoint, I would usually start cutting calories 4 or 5 weeks out. Try to drop as much as 50 pounds before a weigh-in day. But the moment you were done weighing in, like we used to always joke about, if you took a picture of a guy during weigh-in and then took a picture of him the next morning, looks like a completely different person.
Yeah, that's
because you never have
like
to
when
weigh in again.
When I was cycling, it was not competitive. I was doing it just for the love of doing it. When I started, I weighed 185 pounds. I was slightly overweight by, say, 30 pounds, 25 at least. And I would ride that bike for 2 to 4 hours a day, almost every day. And sometimes I would ride it for 5. And I never lost a damn ounce. I mean, as I would take some body fat off, my legs got huge.
Mm-hmm.
But when I threw the leg over the bike the first time, I weighed 185, and when I stopped, I weighed 185.
No, I used to go from my training weight of 290, and I'd have to cut down to 245 for contest.
Then I had surgery to fix a hiatal hernia and had my gallbladder removed. I was probably 195 by then because I was sitting around doing nothing. And I went from 195 to 145 in about, 4 months. And I've stayed at between 145 and 150 for ever since. And it's been 5 years, 6 years.
See, right now, the last job I had me stuck at a desk. So I know I put on a bunch of weight then. I think I'm coming in right now. Well, when I ended that job, I was coming in at 360. Since I've quit that job, I've managed to get myself down to about 340. Long way to go.
My one of my riding buddies was my wife's uncle, and he would go 300 to 320 easily, and he'd stay right there with me all the time I wanted to ride. He'd be out there and keep up with me and rode just as well as I did. And hell, he'd been 60 years old, weighing 320 pounds. So cycling isn't, super hard once you get into it.
Well, I imagine as long as you have the cardiovascular capability to keep up with your mass, you should be okay.
And I started having real heart issues, and it scared me off the bike. Probably saved my damn life too, but I went out. The last time I rode, I went out and I went into arrhythmia while I was riding, and I had to ride back home. And fortunately, I'd went about a mile to go to get back home, but it was the longest and scariest freaking mile I ever rode.
Yeah, I bet.
As soon as I got home, took my nitro, I was fine. But for some reason, I forgot it, or I wasn't smart enough to take it. And I still ain't very good about carrying it with me when I do stuff.
Yeah. I just, at this point in my life, I feel like I should try to get down to something a little more reasonable before I get too much older. I think if I got myself back down to like 250 for my frame and size, that'll be good going as I get older. Before my knees and stuff start giving me trouble.
I was just fixing to say your knees and your ankles and your hips will certainly thank you. I know that towards the end of his life, he was really suffering with his knees.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's when I finished my last contract job, I told myself my next job cannot be behind a desk. Because in the year that I worked under that contract, I put on 90 pounds. And that was just from going from being active to being stuck sedentary 12 hours a day behind a desk.
I sympathize with anybody who is, because it's a hard thing to do.
Well, I just feel bad for my wife. She's got to put up with me. Though she said that this. Go ahead.
She ain't carrying you.
Well, she said this time around it's a lot easier since it's not like it was when we were younger and I was trying to make weight for competition where everything was so condensed. And to be honest with you, I mean, like I said, losing the first 20 pounds hasn't been difficult. It's just been a matter of getting back to a more active lifestyle, not sitting behind that desk all day. So not having to cut my food down quite so much. I'm trying to keep it about 1,800 calories a day right now, which is manageable.
I'm not going to throw any advice, anything like that. I know that it's a difficult thing to do.
Oh, yeah.
I'll tell you, as I get older, I have a heart failure, and I take a crap load of meds, and these meds screw me up. But as I get older, I have to actually force myself to eat because I don't want to. I'm rarely hungry unless it's for something like caramel. I love caramel. I'll sit down and eat a whole damn bag, even if I ain't hungry. But to actually eat a meal, man, I don't care one way or another.
For me, it's always the weak spot's always dinner. Yeah, because especially because I have a bad habit, I'll get up early in the morning and drink a cup of coffee or drink a Diet Coke. Next thing I know, it's 6 o'clock at night and I haven't stopped to eat all day. Then I'll sit down to dinner and clean everything out. So, just about changing habits.
Yeah, I did that particular thing for years. I wouldn't eat during the day. And I still have a hard time with it, but it is part of why I'm a diabetic.
The insulin spikes from the highs and lows.
Yeah.
Uh,
And the fact that the only thing I consumed with any kind of content at all during the day was Pepsi.
uh, I would like by the end of August to be completely away from soda altogether.
Good luck. I could not do it.
Yeah, I
haven't drank
What-
soda for years. I think once you get off of it, then I think you guys already mentioned it a little bit. You go. I think the last time I drank something that was like soda was when me and Bob were driving around like 2 years ago. I guess not this last time, but the year before that when we were in New Mexico, and he stopped at like A&W that's got Long Johns in it. So it was supposed to allegedly they were making their A&W root beer there, and I was like, well, I'm a big fan of root beer, and I haven't had at that point I hadn't had like soda in 2 years or more. So I decided, okay, I'm gonna try a drink of soda, that root beer, and it was horrible. Like I did not like it. So it just wasn't pleasant. Anyway, so I think if you get off it for a while and just get the pleasure of drinking water, I don't have any longing ever drink a soda ever. It doesn't satisfy thirst. Anywhere drinking a good cold glass of water can do. And you always got
like water.
You got coffee, lemonades, and shit like that.
I think where I screwed up the last time I tried to kick the soda habit was I should have stopped drinking at the same time, because I find that same happy feeling I get when I drink whiskey is very similar to how I feel when I drink a Coke. So I think I just need to kick both at the same time, uh, because it seems like that's where the downfall is, at least for myself personally.
I don't like water. I I can drink it when I'm out doing something like yesterday when I went out and hiked through the forest. I took water, but I do not like the taste or lack of taste or whatever you want to call it. And it does not settle on my stomach very well for some reason. And I don't know why that is, but uh, and I think a big part of the not liking water here is our city water has got chlorine and God knows what else in it, and I just can't take it.
I mean, I'll give you that. I'm not a huge fan of because I got well water here, and I don't like drinking the well water. But I buy cases of water at Costco for that exact reason.
I really wouldn't mind getting off the Pepsi altogether and drinking more water, but I'm not really pushing to do so. So if it happens, it does. If it don't, it don't.
They do a thing now where they just like throw fruit in there, so it has like the hint of a flavor instead of like actually putting flavor in there.
Right? Yeah. My stepmom used to drink lemon water all the time, where they would just take a glass of water and put lemon in it. I just got to hunt more. So as long as I'm not hunting, I can force myself to drink water all right. So if I'm out there all day, I'll drink water all day.
There you go.
Because I really don't like hot Pepsi. Room temperature, I'm fine with, but when I'm out and it's 85 degrees, no Pepsi at 85 degrees. That's just too much. That reminds me, I got to figure out what the hell's wrong with the air conditioner in my Suburban and fix that thing.
We used to take and fill up like our backpack, whatever you call like a camelback, with a bunch of ice. And then throw a can of Mountain Dew in there, or maybe two, depending on how big the camelback was, and then some water. And then we would hike, and then you're walking around with it, turns the ice into water, and you drink that. And then wherever you get where you're going, you got usually a Mountain Dew or two that's still cold.
Fortunately, you've all heard me whining about being disabled and not having any income. I've got that resolved. Now I'll be able to go when I get done hunting. I've been out for a couple hours. I'll be able to go eat. Instead of having to drive home to eat or risk carrying something with me and having to go back because it gets too damn warm. Squirrel hunting here in August is hot.
I'll be right back. I gotta take a call.
All right. If you're making money, you split it. Granted, I realize we don't get quite as hot as you do out there in the Sunshine State, but it's all in acclimation and humidity.
No, I'll give that humidity heat to anybody. I don't want that shit. It's hot out here, but at least I can throw this cooler on and it's nice. You can't get away from humidity unless you got an air conditioner.
I've discussed where I hunt before, and it's advertised kind of loosely as a desert in Illinois. It's Sand Ridge State Forest, and it has desert plants and some desert wildlife. I'm not sure what, because I haven't really researched that part, but it does have prickly pear cactus and some other stuff that they say is exclusive to desert. But it is usually 5 to 7 degrees hotter there than here, just because it's, acres of sand with trees planted on top of it. And it's also in parts of the forest that have either cedar or oak. It's more humid in those. Now, in the pine stands, it's not as bad. Which is why I'm a fan of pine trees. White pine is really nice about what it does for the temperature of your yard if you got some and stuff like that. It makes an absolute difference. But squirrel hunting in August is early morning thing.
I haven't been squirrel hunting in years.
It's about the bulk of the exercise I get, to be honest with you. I love it. I really do. I don't give a shit if I get any or not. I mean, last year, I just looked up the stats last year. And out of 33,000 and some, I think it was 34 something hunters that went out there. There was 434 squirrels harvested. Squirrels were really pretty hard to get close to last year for some damn reason. And the whole time I went dozens of times. I got 3. And I know another guy that I discussed the situation with the ranger with. The 3 of us had a chat one day. He had gotten 3. So there was 3,350 guys or whatever the hell it was that didn't get any. It was an odd year last year.
And you're picking them off with a 22, right?
Oh, yeah. But you have to be kind of selective because if you get them way off of the places where the underbrush is fairly clean, you never find them. You know, so you have to be selective about where you shoot them. If it's got dense underbrush there, you might as well not. That forest, as much as I hate to say it, it needs to burn. I wish they'd go back to doing controlled burns in it, but there's not enough state employees to do it safely anymore.
When we were really young, I remember my grandfather used to have me and my older brother go out to the barn and we'd shoot squirrels and rats that would run across the hay bales. So we used to do during the summer at his place.
Actually, I think the first time I went by myself hunting anything when I was about 14, it was squirrel hunting. So I started on it, and it's still my main source of hunting is squirrel hunting. It's not the one I love the most because that's coon hunting, but I ain't going to do that anymore. I just am not physically capable of following a dog. I would love to, but I know better. And I damn sure ain't gonna buy another coon dog. Too much hassle there.
What kind did you have?
Probably, you name it, I've had it. My favorite kind would have been blue tick or plot. I probably had mostly blue ticks.
All right. It's good. Those are nice dogs.
I liked the old blue ticks when they were big. It's harder to find one now because they've bred them down in size to where they're more of a medium size than a large hound.
Yeah, the heads have gotten smaller and they're pushing for more of that sporting frame dog.
Yeah, and I like the ones that look like a speckled bloodhound. But plot hounds, I have had a few of those, and those dogs are hardcore. They've got more heart than any other hunting hound I've ever seen. They ain't afraid of nothing, and they will not stop. But they're, you just about have to find something that comes really close out of the original Bond plot line somewhere back a few generations to get one that's an actual hunting dog, or find somebody who breeds hunting dogs, which the only guy I knew of was Dale Brandenburger, and he died long ago.
Well, I don't know about exactly where you're from, but I know that things like hunting trials are done less and less throughout the country in most states. So you don't have I guess the word I'm looking for, you don't have the community network that you used to be able to rely on to find a good hunting dog.
No, and there's no money in it. You know, the coons ain't worth nothing like they used to be. So, you know, there was a certain amount of people that were doing these trials just to show off the dogs to sell them and make money. Used to go to them ever so often, probably once a year anyway. There was a big field trial in Western Illinois. In fact, the first dog I owned was a national grand champion night hunt dog. When he was 3, I got him when he was 10. But no, there's not any. I haven't heard of a trial here in quite some time, but I haven't looked either. But it's like most things, you know, if people see an opportunity to turn profit on it, then they get into it. Well, there was a time back in the probably late 80s where you could get $50 a pop out of a coon.
Yep.
And I don't think you can get 15 out of them today.
Well, it's like that with a lot of things, you know, you just, there's no trade market for a lot of stuff anymore.
I was never into it for getting coons anyway. I just loved listening to the dog.
Well, I mean, it's kind of like with boars. There's a good market right now if you own land and you want to lease it out to people to come and kill hogs on your land. And there's good money for killing hogs. But the money that you used to might be able to make from the end result has gone away. Hell, sometimes you can't even give the meat away. Years ago, when I was living in California, I met a guy who had property up in Humboldt, and he invited me and my brother to come take hogs off his land because they were causing all kinds of damage and everything. So we ended up harvesting 4 hogs. That's way more meat than my household needs and more meat than my brother's household needed. So we tried to donate it. Was not aware that they won't take game at food shelters and food banks.
They will here.
They wouldn't take it from us in California.
Or deer, they will.
They turned it down.
We don't have wild hog here in Illinois that I know of, at least not enough up in the central part of the state.
At least not yet, right? Hasn't gotten that bad.
But food pantries here have been willing to take deer for some years. We have a law that says you can't waste them.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, California's the only place I've ever been where, to be fair, we were in the Bay Area where we tried to exchange the meat out. So it could just be that they're finicky. I don't want to blanket the whole state with a statement. Because everywhere else I've ever lived, if I had an extra deer or an extra pig or extra anything, food banks almost always took it.
See, now I think here you have to have it processed. and they'll take it packaged. I don't know about hand them the carcass. I've not ever heard of anybody doing that here, so I'm assuming that you have to have the processing done. But
Well, we had broken it down. We didn't just try to drop a hog on them.
oh, okay.
Yeah, we'd already taken care of the process of breaking it down and everything. So, but they said,
go on.
well, they said that because of liability, they couldn't take wild game.
Yeah, lawyers are destroying this world.
Well, now I don't know about you, but with hogs, I've always put the meat in a deep freezer for at least 3 or 4 days. And that seems to kill just about anything. Never gotten sick, never had a family member get sick. So I don't know if maybe that's what they're concerned about, is because the bacteria and things that are known to be in game.
There's such a damn scare over just processing stuff from factories, so I'm assuming that that's a part of it. Stuff like salmonella and stuff that you hear coming out of factories.
Yeah.
Or, so yeah, I'm sure in today's litigious society there might be issues.
Shit.
You're handing stuff out to the public.
All these regulations have made things so expensive now.
I think it's along the lines of the same thing anti-gunners are trying to accomplish, and it's just making too much freaking trouble, or more trouble than it's worth. If they can't ban them outright, they will ban them.
Well, I'll tell you, because the teenagers I had in my house this week, they scared me with how politically aware they were. I thought I was going to have a week away from politics. I was wrong. And
is it political awareness or political inundation?
Well, no. First time ever being rednecks in their blood has ever done them any good, because it makes them resistant to the propaganda the school tries to feed them. You're gonna have a hard time. You're gonna have a hard time telling boys that have been forced to hunt when they were young that guns are bad. So, but it's interesting that one of my nephews brought up the fact. He goes, "You look at the last 100 years. Name a major innovation that did not come out of a Western country." So if you take the U.S. and Canada out of the equation, name a major thing that came out of an Eastern country that was good and the whole world adopted it and everybody prospered. And I'm sure if I had a history book, I could eventually find something. But to be honest, I couldn't find any major world revelation inventions that came out of the East in 100 years. Everything came out of Western democracies, Western civilization for the last, I would argue, even more back, probably the last 200 years. And the current progressive left is taking us back in time. Oh, I got a phone call.
All right. All right, Moon, what's your range anybody can have at home with live fire?
Sorry about that. I know that was loud.
That's all right.
Yeah, but you know, if we go back in time with these policies and everything, the more regulation, the more limitations, the slower innovation's going to become. And that's just a shame.
I don't have a good answer on how to detour it either, because they hold all of the cards as far as getting their ideas out in front of people. They got the freaking schools, they got the freaking media. Aside from your kitchen table at home, which believe me, I use mine. They hold all the cards as far as getting word out.
Well, the good news seems to be that while the millennial generation seems to be lost for the most part, the generation coming up right now in high school and middle school are rebelling against all this indoctrination. They think the behavior that they're seeing is ludicrous. And it's going to be interesting in the next 5 years, because it's currently being projected that more students are going to potentially opt for skipping college. And they're predicting a resurgence in trade schools. That could show a huge cultural shift that could work in our favor.
I also think that there's a certain amount of awakening coming on the bias of the media, because it's so blatant.
Oh yeah, no, I mean there's no doubt there. And this younger generation, they're not buying the Kool-Aid, for lack of a better term. I mean, it's pretty bad when I remember back in the early 2000s and the late 90s, when you'd say the name Alex Jones and you just laugh and go conspiracy nut. Now you find out that all these kids are listening to him because they consider him to be more trustworthy than CNN. That's
the thing that everybody has to get in their mind about Alex Jones and others, is first and foremost, they're entertainers.
Oh yeah.
Granted, him and Rush and some of the others are driving their particular beliefs, but they're still entertainers. Jones has actually come out and said as much, what you see on his shows and stuff is a part that he plays.
Well, yeah, he came out and said that when they brought out the stuff about his divorce. Hey, what's up, Mr. Knives?
What's up, dog?
Hey, Knives.
What's up, Uncle Tony? What I miss?
Nothing.
Nothing much. Us just bitching about politics.
Unless you didn't see Every2ndMatters broadcast and then you missed that.
Yeah, I missed it. Was it good?
Yeah, it was. I was in it. Of course it was good.
Continue on with your politics.
I'm about politics, God. I'm so sick of it.
I hear you.
Nah, I go through this damn near every day.
Like I said, I thought this last week I was gonna, with the kids coming over, I thought I wasn't gonna have to. I even told my wife, I go, I'm not gonna watch any news. Nothing. Not while the kids are here. First words out of my nephew's mouth when he walks in the house is, "Uncle, did you hear about?" Shit. All right.
Most mornings I get up, get my coffee, and I start hitting the news feeds to check news for the show every day. And that gets old, I'll tell you. I get tired of reading all that crap.
Somebody's doing barbecue.
What was that?
Someone's setting up the grill, ain't they?
Yes, I am.
Damn, I finally found somebody that's worse background noise than Pawnery.
Sorry, I forgot to hit the mute button.
That's cool.
Yeah, nothing too excited. I'm just getting it ready to do some burgers for tonight.
I thought about that, but then I set up the irrigation system for the garden, and I sweat my ass off for about 30 minutes doing that. I'm like, I ain't standing out here with the grill.
I'm lucky. The sun is now officially on the other side of my house. Grill is now in a comfortable shade.
That sun's all but gone here.
It's still a good 110 out.
I got my freaking windows all covered so the sun don't shine in. I give that little air conditioner all the breaks it can have. Although I went from a 5,000 BTU to 6,000 BTU about 2 weeks ago, so shouldn't be as much of a problem.
Yeah, my dogs are ticked off because now that the kids are gone, the house is back to being stuck at 85 degrees. They're like, Dad, can't you lower the temperature? Nope.
I could not do that. Well, I suppose I could if I sat in front of a fan, but I had it set on 72, and it was just, this air conditioner is a little weird. My other one left on 71 all the time, and this one I set on 71, and it gets it down to about 66 overnight. I'm like, okay, I don't want that. I set on 72, and it lets it get up to about 78 in here, and that's too damn hot.
I'm stuck in a bit of a predicament because I'm only leasing the house that I'm in right now. And it has an ancient air conditioner. And it sucks up a lot of power. So 85 with the doors and everything open and the ceiling fans going keeps everybody alive and keeps everybody content. I don't want to pay to upgrade this air conditioner since I don't own it. I definitely don't want to burn it out.
I put window airs in here because it was just cheaper to cool 2 or 3 rooms than the whole damned house, plus having to do something different for the garage. So I got 2 window units in the house to cool the rooms to sleep in, and the one out here to cool the one I live in. The wife and daughter and grandkids can tolerate heat way better than I can. my wife works in a hospital laundry where it's probably 100, 115 degrees in the summertime inside.
My mom used to work in the industrial laundromat, and my dad.
So she can come home to it being 80 degrees in the house and be cold.
What's up, Sean?
Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening, sir.
How goes it?
Oh, well, still trying to get the, the new house studio set up. Part of which is getting this microphone in the right place. I still haven't figured that out.
Congratulations on your new house.
I appreciate it. Been a couple of months, got in here. Still getting it together, but it is coming along.
Better to be coming along and still looking.
I stick my mic wherever it goes, wherever there's room between all the guns.
Well, I no longer have the wall of guns behind me like I used to have. Still have to figure out exactly what I'm doing with that. But I do have a really nice new gun safe.
I'm kicking back and forth about buying one. I don't want to. I would like to buy a safe to put the ammo and powder and shit in. But I don't particularly care to put my guns in a safe.
Yeah, well, I've got the guns that, I want the safe, and then I also have the guns that I don't want the safe. The guns that I want to have, immediately accessible should the need arise. So there's a bit of a balance there. Look, the 1400 yard 308, and that's not the gun that I need out at all times. So having that in the safe is not a big deal. Happy to have that in there. It just depends. What is the function of the gun that you have? Is it one that you need accessible on a day-to-day basis, or is it one that should go in the safe because you don't have a feasible need for it?
I don't object to people getting saves. That's entirely up to the person. And I would not condemn anybody for doing it. I don't like them. I've never liked them. I don't like the whole nanny state idea of people telling me that I have to lock my guns away. I am thinking about it because I would like the guns secure.
Oh yeah, not a damn thing nanny said about it. The SBR with the silencer is definitely not in the safe, will not be in the safe, and is somewhere very accessible to me should someone want to breach my door. It's so the ATF registered very quote unquote evil gun is the one is one of the ones that's completely readily accessible. It's the ones that I don't use on a day-to-day basis. The ones that, should there be a fire, should someone break in, yeah, just pure asset protection, just like jewelry. If you wear your Rolex every day, I don't expect you to put it in the safe. If you've got other watches that you don't wear every day, well, sure, you throw them in the safe just to protect the asset.
Now, I will admit that I lock my handguns in a cabinet. I have a locking cabinet because I have kids here, little kids. And I don't want the kids to come out here and he knows it. Now, if they want to look at these guns, I'll let them look at any gun they want to if they ask. But for peace of mind, I put them up and lock them away, except for the one I carry. But when I'm up and out, I've got a number of loaded guns laying right here on my desk. Somebody breaks in my door, they're fixing to have a bad day.
We settled down here. We actually had money. But we didn't stop drinking cheap wine. Benedict didn't want to forget those days when we
Keeping them locked up in a safe when you got the little ones around makes perfect sense, though.
Yes, I do. My little ones are supposed to be moving out in December when their mom gets married. So, but I still won't leave my handguns out laying around for fear that if I go to the store or something, one of the other kids will come over and visit. So I guess I'm a little bit hypocritical in that sense, but I still resist buying a gun safe.
Well, I think that we can all agree that when there's little fingers running around, and I don't think that anybody can dispute that if there is a nook or a cranny that's available in your house, those little fingers will find their way into them.
Oh, hell yes.
So absolutely, in those such scenarios, you have to secure your guns. I have friends who come over to the house and they have children, and when they're coming over, yeah, there are a few guns that get moved. They get put in different places because I know that those little fingers are coming, and can't always watch them, especially if it's like in overnight. They're gonna stay in the guest bedroom and something like that. So there are certain guns that get moved out of their normal resting places where they were, normally more accessible. Just to make sure that there's not an issue there, and that's just that's just responsible gun ownership, and that's what we all practice.
I gotta say that there's one difference that I really should point out is that unless I'm carrying one, there's never a gun in my house. My man cave is out in my detached garage, and all my guns are kept in it.
There's guns all over my house.
I won't keep a gun in the house because of the little fingers. I mean, I've seen these little bitty kids figuring out how to climb and get crap up top the refrigerator. So keeping a gun in the house.
But that's the difference. I have no little bitty fingers running around my house usually. When my friends come over who, and bring their children, if they bring their children, fine. I know about it ahead of time, and those guns get moved. But on a day-to-day basis, if my friends come over who don't have kids, well, no one's stepping foot in my house that I don't trust with a gun, period. So I don't worry about my guns with the people who I do invite into my home, because I don't invite anyone into my home who I don't trust with a gun. So it's not a big problem. When someone does bring over their children, yeah, I put away the firearms that they might be able to access, and put them somewhere where they're inaccessible. Or there might be a couple of guns that are accessible, to the parents, but they know where they are, and make damn sure that the children are not able to access those places, or have disciplined enough children to know not to access those places.
Yeah, I was gonna say the only thing I leave out when small children are in my house is I'll leave out the muzzle loaders, because I don't actually keep any ammo or black powder or anything for any of those. Anyways, they're all just wall decoration.
Well, yeah, that's completely inert. That's
Yeah,
yeah.
that's the only
I
thing
got
I'll
a
leave
number
out.
of rifles that sit out here in cases, but I'm not worried about the kids monkeying with those, because they would have to get up in the locked cabinet to get the freaking ammo out to load them. So
I mean, if
I
I
keep
could,
the rifle
if
safe.
I walked into the house and couldn't fire the damn thing, you know, you don't have to worry about anyone else, right?
Exactly.
Most of my handguns, though, are kept loaded, even locked up, loaded.
Oh no, I safety check all my firearms and make absolutely sure that they're ready to rock at any given time.
I mean, at this current moment, I've got a Carol laying on my desk that I unloaded because I was cleaning it. But normally, everything I got in a handgun is loaded.
Now let's see, within reach of me here at my desk, there's there's a Springfield XDS 45. There's an FNS or an FNX 45 tactical, and a let's see, an FNP, or I'm sorry, the Ruger 380. I'm at a loss for the acronym for it at the moment. And also the NAA 22 Magnum. So there's 4 guns at easy reach in my desk.
From where I sit, without moving from this spot, there is Ruger Vaquero laying right here on my desk. There's a Smith & Wesson 629 laying here on my desk. Right above me is a Smith & Wesson 9mm. There's 322 rifles, a 44 Magnum lever action rifle, a 223, and 230-06s, plus 2 12 gauges and a 20 gauge. I would have to get up and get the shotguns.
Now, if I took 3 steps to the left, I also have the suppressed SBR ATF registered 300 blackout that I keep fairly near the door for unexpected guests, and the
Now, in fairness,
Mossberg 500 full of double-aught buck.
in fairness, they're not here for self-protection. They're all sitting here because it's a handy place to stick them on. The long guns. I have a little corner here right beside my desk of two different guitar cabinets that are different lengths, so it makes a little corner. And I just stack the guns in that corner in their cases. The handguns are here. I have them out.
I see. I'm in a little.
Go ahead.
Also, I'm in a little bit of a different scenario than you guys. Since the kids just got done leaving my house, I have the Glock 17 on my hip, and I've got an AR within 5 feet of me. But instead of having guns all over the house, I currently have magazines everywhere. So I've got reloads in the kitchen. I've got reloads over in the dining room. I just have magazines positioned throughout the house.
That actually ain't a bad idea.
That's just the method that I've always gone with. Was I'd rather have reloads and options to fix, because if anything's going to go wrong with my sidearm, it's going to most likely be a magazine failure. So I'd rather be able to dump a mag and grab ammo. But normally after I empty out my safe and put everything back out on display, then I'll be back to having handguns out in the glass cases and everything.
I keep the 629 out just because. But when I go to bed at night, I'll lock it in the cabinet. But when I get up in the morning and come back out here, I get it back out. And I'm likely never, ever going to use the gun for anything but either hunting or target practice. But it's a 44 Magnum Smith & Wesson Dirty Harry gun that's shiny.
Well, it's like the FNX 45 Tactical. That is the gun that sits next to my desk at all times. I spend. I work from home. I spend my day here at my desk, and it is absolutely the handgun that I can reach down and grab at any time. And I will probably never, ever have to reach down and grab it. But if someone breaches the front door of my house, they're basically going to flank me coming out of my office because of the position it's in, throwing 230 grain HST rounds right at them. And with the FNS, a lot of them.
I really haven't settled on a load for defense on that 44 Magnum side yet, because I think what I initially thought about was way too damn hot for personal defense. So I'm seriously considering going down to something that's in the range of a 44 Special Plus P or a light Magnum load, just on the chance that I would have to use it. I don't want to go through somebody and risk hurting somebody else.
See, it's interesting you say that, because I've been contemplating whether or not to switch over all my 5.56 ammo to frangible ammo for the stuff that I have in the house.
Yeah, I'm not really a fan of the frangible rounds. I've been around them for a very long time. They first came out, and to my recollection, someone will probably correct me and tell me that I'm wrong. They really came out in the 40s, but the idea of these things really started catching hold, at least in the 70s and the late 70s. And remember, it was the early 80s that we started getting the polymer guns. The Glock started coming onto the scenes because, well, they were basically giving them away away free to the police departments. The police departments didn't adopt them because they were better guns. They adopted them because they were free. Brilliant marketing by Glock. But the frangible ammo, they tried to do the same thing with. They tried to say, hey, well, we'll give you this ammo, just start using it. And there's a number of problems with frangibles. They don't penetrate barriers. They don't penetrate heavy jackets in some cases. They're devastating on, direct impact engagements, but they're completely negated by a lot of things that you come up to in real life. And that's why I'm not a big fan of them. They have one thing that they do really freaking well, and they have 4 or 5 things that they just can't do at all, and it just doesn't make it a practical round for me.
Well, let me give you a little bit of my scenario. It doesn't matter what door or what window, unless they break directly into the window going into my bedroom. If somebody breaks into any other door or window, once you come outside my bedroom door, it's a shooting box. So I have no barriers once we come outside that door. What I'm concerned about, though, is that if I miss and that hollow point gums up in the drywall, my neighbor is more than in hitting distance. That's why I've been thinking if I'm going to continue to use the AR, I was thinking about playing with some of the frangible stuff just to see, reduce that excess risk.
Either that or go to a soft point instead of a hollow point.
I shot some soft point stuff at some drywall. It still made it through 6 layers.
And shoot it at a 2x4.
Well, look, I can shoot a BB at drywall and penetrate it.
Drywall. Drywall ain't stopping much of nothing. And if it does, the round is not going to penetrate a heavy ass coat.
Exactly. My Carhartt, the canvas jacket will stop anything the drywall will stop. And if you want a round that can be stopped by drywall, then you want a round that's not going to be effective.
I didn't say I want a round that'll be stopped by drywall. I just want a round that after it hits and goes through my wall, that it's not going to continue to travel another 50 feet into my neighbor's house.
You're not going to find a round that is effective for self-defense that will become ineffective after penetrating drywall. Drywall is look, human skin is harder to penetrate than drywall. I can put my fist through drywall. I cannot put my fist through your chest.
I seen a test where they shot 22 long rifle, and I think it went through 6 sheets.
Yeah, you see a lot of bullshit on YouTube.
Oh, but YouTube's like anything else. It's the internet.
Let me tell you this as an infantryman, as a former warfighter who has been there and done that. I want you to understand, I can put my fist through drywall. I cannot put my fist through your chest. And I need a round that I can put through your chest. If it will be effective at stopping a person, it will definitely blow through drywall.
And I understand, and I understand what you're getting at. I'm not arguing with that at all. It's the reason why I carry hollow points and everything. I'm simply, and I was interested in taking a look at some of this new stuff that's come out. I'm always looking at new technology and doing bullet tests on it.
So am I, and I have looked at this stuff with great interest because it would be wonderful if we had something where there's no way I'm going to harm my neighbor if I have an errant round. But
yeah, I mean,
the things that they put out there to do that are completely ineffective at neutralizing a threat. And, it's just the nature of physics.
Well, I mean, I agree with you. I just got done doing a test on those ARX 9mm polymer rounds. I don't know if you've seen those yet or not.
Absolutely. And interesting stuff.
Oh, yeah. Like I said, I just got done doing a test on those, and I put 100 rounds through, and I ended up using the Glock 19 for it. And that stuff had zero consistency in terms of its reliability. It did fine when shooting into water. That was all consistent. But when it came to barriers, the stuff was completely inconsistent.
Yeah, and shooting into water is kind of an interesting thing. I've been playing with it a little bit. I built a new house here recently. I have a new pool, which means that I have a new underwater shooting range. And I've been blowing off some rounds into the pool late at night when it's not going to bother the neighbors, plus it's underwater, so they're not going to hear it. I've been using a lot of corrosion inhibiting lubricants on on one of my guns for this. And so some rounds that I absolutely, love have like almost no expansion in water, but I know they perform wonderfully when you shoot a pig with them. Water is it's really, based on my own testing, I don't think it's a reliable medium for determining terminal ballistic effect, because water is quite different from, launching around through the air and into a person. And, political niceties aside, really that's what we're looking at. We're looking at what's it going to take to put down an evil person as fast as I frickin' can.
I like to use a pig shank for
I was just going to say hog.
Pig shank, hog, whatever you want to call it. Porky is about the best analog to taking down an evil human being that you can probably that you can possibly find.
And that's
similar density, similar fat density, similar signature or similar skeleton.
Yeah. So that's what I've been using lately as far as testing, like the expansion of some of these hollow points and everything. Well, what I was saying about the when I tested out those ARX rounds is that when they hit the pig, they did consistent in regards to weight loss and penetration. And they just, of course, if you ended up hitting the bone, they shattered completely. Now, inside, but when you got to hitting a barrier, which is what I consider more the handgun round make or break, because I want something that'll make it through a car windshield. Some of them would just powderize on the windshield, and some of them would actually go through, but I never found any consistency with them. Meanwhile, I did another test on, and I always get their abbreviation mixed up. the rounds Browning put out. The Browning BXP. Their 147 grain is pretty nice. I found that consistently worked against auto glass, and it consistently opened up when shooting against the pig. As well as they had consistent travel through water.
Well, and this is really the type of testing where the federal agency came from. They were trying to maximize on the FBI test protocol, which part of is penetrating a glass barrier, an auto glass barrier, and into a an inordinate shell medium, which is made to roughly simulate human flesh. Problem is, there really is no single density simulant for human flesh. You've got skin, fat, cartilage, muscle, and bone. And they are all vastly different densities to be shooting into when you talk about actually taking out a target. There's no single lab protocol that really accounts for what happens when you put metal on meat.
No.
Which is my favorite test actually is shooting the damn pig carcass. But at the same time, how much you want to shoot that pig before it's time to put it on a barbecue? That's ruining a lot of good meat.
That's why I only use the shank. And then after I dig out the bullets and remove the lead shavings, I usually cut it up and it goes into the dog feed.
Yeah, don't let poison the dogs.
Well, if the dogs get a little lead, they'll forgive me. If the wife bites into a piece of lead, she's going to chew my ass out.
I don't spend that much time thinking about it. If I'm carrying my 9mm, I use a jacketed hollow point at a moderate load. And beyond that, I don't think about it. It's something that I'm really accurate with. The gun's decent to handle, but I know that it's enough to do whatever I want it to do. Carrying my 44, on the other hand, my hunting load was a 200 grain bullet moving at about 1,800 feet per second, which is way, way more than you ever need for self-defense.
Yeah, that's getting out there.
So I'm rethinking that one, trying to bring it down to like 11 to 1,200 feet per second, and still make it, not quite 44 Magnum, but more than most 44 Special.
Yeah, I think in the 44 range, and this really does get into the special category. The 1,400 feet per second ish rounds, packing about I think it was a 180 to 220 grain, or I'm sorry, no, pardon me, about 180 grain bullet was doing really freaking well.
that Elmer Keith asked him for a 250 grain load at about 1,200 feet per second for the 44 Magnum. And their first turnout was a 240 grain bullet moving at about 14. And that is way overkill for shooting a human with.
Yeah, you're gonna get no expansion out of a round like that within a normal shot on a typical bad guy. Especially just gonna blow through.
Fortunately, I'm not carrying my 44 very much because I need a jacket or covering to carry it. It's so damn big. So that's going to be winter carry usually. So I got a little time to experiment.
Yeah, so for me, with like I said, I'm not so much caught up on having to have the perfect round. I just think that bullet technology is the only thing that's really innovative right now. So I have fun buying all these different things they come out with and putting them through the ringer.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, there are, compared to even 15 years ago, 15 years ago, we had a few rounds that were okay. Federal Hydra shocks. At the time, that was considered the end all, beat all of anything that you would shoot at someone who meant to do you harm. And now gold dots and HSTs and black talons, quote unquote, RTXs. There are these. There are a lot of good rounds out there right now. Even 5 years ago, I would have never, ever carried a 380. Well, Hornady came up with a good round for a 380. I carry a 380 quite often now. I carried it today.
Hey guys, I'm out of here, guys. Take it easy.
All right, have a good evening, man.
Have a good one.
You guys have a good one too.
But there are a lot better rounds available today, and I think we're all in a place where we're still learning what of this new breed of round really works and what it works for.
Oh yeah, I mean it's like those who is it? I think it's Underwood who does those all copper rounds.
Yeah, I'm
so
mainly
obsessed with.
interested in the all copper rounds for these really high ballistic coefficient long range rounds.
Yeah.
That's interesting to me. For handguns, there's nothing interesting to me about the all copper rounds. But for long range, high ballistic coefficient rifle rounds, there's some exciting stuff with these machined copper rounds.
Oh, I completely agree. I just, for my particular long range rifle, I can't afford to buy most of them at the moment.
I mean, we're talking like 1,800 yard shots out of a 308 using the right copper round. That's just unheard of, but becoming real.
Well, I mean, think about it. If you look at the guy who just set the new record, 2-point-something miles.
Was he using copper round?
We don't know what kind of round he was using. They haven't released yet. But if you look at the pictures of the rifle they've released, other than the optic is completely customed out to the rifle. But the rifle itself is nothing special. You know, the rifle looks like any other bolt action 338 from just appearance. I believe he used a 50 cal, but it doesn't look any different. So the biggest difference there was the ammunition. I think it'll be fun to see what he, was it a copper or a titanium, or what kind of machined bullet was it that got that space? But at the same time, it's like you said,
and hell, we might find out it was just a chunk of lead, and he just had a damn good super elevation on the shot.
Exactly. That's what we might find out too. We might find out he was shooting from 2,000 feet above. But there's always going to be those different kind of things. But like you said about the bullet technology, we're so far advanced, farther than we were 5 years ago, 10 years ago. It's one of the reasons why I find myself going back and playing with old technology to see what they brought to the table now. Which is why I want to play around with that frangible stuff. Because I remember that frangible ammo 10 years ago. It was shit. I agree with you. But now they're doing these polymer and copper dust composites. I haven't seen anybody do anything other than gel tests. So I figure, what's it hurt to buy 100 rounds, go out in the desert and test it for myself?
Doesn't hurt a damn bit. In fact, it's a data point that I'd be interested, very interested to see. It's kind of like when we first started getting the bonded bullets. When the bonded bullets came out, I said, wow, okay, this technology looks interesting. I absolutely want to see what's happening with this because, controlled expansion, this has now become possible. You used to be as soon as you hit me with a bullet, it was going to do certain things. This is why the hydroshocks were at the time revolutionary, because they controlled that expansion a little bit. This is also why the evil Black Talon was, when they came out, revolutionary.
If I'm not mistaken,
it was kind of the first of breed into the modern round. We were controlling the shape of the round after it expanded. That's something that's never been done before.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I just want to make sure I remember this correctly. Because the Black Talon would have come out when I was a teenager. And if I remember correctly, didn't they pull that off the market because everybody made a stupid fuss about the fact that it had a Teflon coating or some nonsense? And then didn't they just rebrand it as the Ranger ammo?
They did. It's the exact same round. They just took off the black Teflon coating, and they changed it to the Ranger SXT, I think, NXT.
It was in the movie that made it famous.
Yeah, it was in
the Ranger SXT.
Yeah, Lethal Weapon 2 or 3.
Which people joked was called SXT was meant the same exact thing.
Yeah. I believe it was Lethal Weapon 2, because that's the one where he tosses the gun to Riggs and says, "There's cop killers," and he shoots through the bulldozer blade. And I remember, even as a teenager, laughing my ass off, going, "That don't work."
Well, it's kind of like when they, banned suppressors. people saw too many James Bond movies and thought that, a suppressor made a round sound like a mouse fart. Pew!
Yeah, people get way too much of their opinions out of their movies.
Well, look, I know exactly what a laser blaster is supposed to sound like. I saw it on Star Trek.
See, it's kind of funny because my mother, me and my brothers, we were raised with guns. Guns were always in the house and everything. And now, as my mother has gotten older and she has consumed more and more of her television set as she's gotten older, the way she talks about firearms is so different than how she talked about them when we were growing up. So people who want to say that, oh, the media is not brainwashing people, my mother's a living case of brainwash.
Yeah. Well, and you think about a lot of things, and the media over the past 30 years has learned that they're able to, of their own accord, shift public opinion to match what they want it to be. And be it abortion, gay rights, gun rights, protection of the First Amendment, or our relations with foreign powers, such as Israel, North Korea, or even England. That they've learned that they can push their agenda to color the public perception of a huge majority of people. And this is why I think the last election we had such a backlash against this propaganda that we've seen from the mainstream media over the years. People, there's a number of people that said, I'm kind of sick of hearing the brainwashing because I've seen through it. At the same time, we've got a lot of people that, just saw, as in taking in the Colbert Report and thinking, what Rachel Maddow says, sounds plausible, and oh my God, it's horrible, and we should do something. And then, look, the jackass that shot up the congressional baseball practice was a huge fan of Rachel Maddow.
Oh, you're talking about the Bernie supporter, yep.
Yeah. And for the most part, it's just, it's more innocuous. It's just people being misinformed and having their political and social view shifted. In cases like that jackass, it went to the extreme, and he, obviously went too far. But I think it's an indicator of what's happening with certain people who are being radicalized by a social system that they want to see. And to me, it's nothing less dangerous than radical Islamic, or Islamic radicalization that you see on the net. We have this leftist radicalization that's happening, and we've seen a few examples of it here recently. It's obviously not as bad as the Islamic radicalization. That's been
I agree with you, though. It's
it's happening.
It's the same mental
and it's
disorder.
Scary as shit.
Well, here's a question for you, and I don't exactly expect an answer, but just kind of a food for thought thing. I remember in my lifetime, there used to be things like slanderous laws. There used to be a time where if a news reporter told you something that wasn't true, that could end their career. And it doesn't seem like any of those standards exist anymore.
Okay, so libel and slander means that you intentionally, very important word here, misrepresented the facts.
Yes.
It wasn't a difference of opinion in how to interpret facts. It was you intentionally skewed the facts.
Yes.
To a certain end. Now, when it comes to public figures, let's say, for example, the President of the United States, they are generally treated as people that you can say whatever the hell you want about because they are quote unquote public figures, and therefore get less protection than the average person. So if I were to say President Trump likes to hump children, that has more that is harder to prosecute than me saying you like to hump children. Not because either one is true, because obviously they're both bullshit, but since he's a public figure, you can be more critical of the public figure. Now,
which I'm not arguing about the public
obviously,
figure.
if I said that the president liked to hump children, I would have to back up that claim. Otherwise, it is possible that he could sue me for libel.
But see, I'm not even talking about what they say about the president.
Prosecutable.
I'm talking like, how come? I've had this argument for months about how come people can't read. 14 different investigative departments say that there was collusion. Well, no, if you read the very report that was public record, 3 say that there was collusion, potentially, and the rest stayed silent. 3 does not equal 14. That's a deliberate misrepresentation of what the paper says. Accountable for stuff like that. no different than if a business put up an advertisement and said that they would give you something for $5 and you showed up and it was $10. They should be held liable if they change numbers.
Right, but if they had said the FBI says that there's collusion, and the FBI said, no, we never said that, the FBI would have standing to say that you defamed us by saying that we said this when it was in fact not true, and you have no proof that we ever that we ever thought this way. However, when they say 14 departments, well, which 14? Well, they're of course going to stay silent on that because I don't know, what is it? Department of we bake bread for poor people in in Rochester, New York. Well,
I guess what I'm trying to get at here in the long way is not so much about a legal stance as much as it feels like the consumer is not tired of being lied to.
well, and that's the thing. It goes back to journalistic integrity, and it's something that I think we all know is sorely lacking.
Yeah. I mean, if I was a consumer and I was listening to somebody, depending on them to tell me the truth, and I think after the second time they were wrong consecutively in 30 days, I might start having questions about, are you really telling me the truth? You know? And that just seems to be a consistent thing right now. And I'm just surprised that the consumers of this content have not started to speak back against it. But anyhow, fellas, wife is home. Barbecue's ready. I got to start grilling. I'll talk to y'all later.
I guess everyone out there is sleeping. I saw Mr. Knives just left me. I saw Sean from Florida Carry was in here earlier, but I didn't get a chance to jump in and talk to him. Interested if there was anything new going on in the Norman case. Although he did just talk about it like last week or whatever, so maybe nothing's happened since then. Looks like everyone's sleeping out there on gun channels. Don't see any green dots. So maybe I'm just talking to myself. Oh well. Start watching TV, I guess. If someone jumps in, I'll talk to them.
You in here, Smiggy?
Hey, how's it going, Rick?
All right. Where is everybody?
I don't know. Must all be sleeping.
You're not working tomorrow?
I work tomorrow. I'm actually going out of town tomorrow, but should be able to drive down, do our work, and drive back. So it might be a little bit of a long day, but at least we'll get it all done in one day.
Yeah.
And worst case scenario, we'll find a hotel or whatever and drive back in the morning.
If you do that, do you still have to go into work when you get back, or do you get the rest of the day off?
No, Tuesday's a holiday for us, so.
Well, I'm saying, say it was a normal week.
Oh, if it was a normal week, yeah, it depends.
Is that late you got back in that work
Yeah,
day?
yeah, or if we got stuff to do or whatever. I mean, yeah, it just depends. So I think a lot of times I would just like not go in, but then I only get paid for the hours that I'm actually like traveling and stuff. So then I would end up just working like 9 or 10 hours on Thursday or something to make up the extra time.
Oh, okay, I'm with you.
That kind of thing. So it just depends. I mean, as long as I get my 40 hours in, then we're good. Speaking of that, I never did my timesheet for today, or for this week. But luckily, we have apps for that. It's actually pretty cool. I can log in to my company server and then just type in all the hours I worked. So that way, if I'm on the road or anything, like I don't have to like turn in like a time, like a lot of the other people, they have to like print up a timesheet that's got, all the hours and what jobs they worked on and all that.
Oh, yeah.
I just go into this app and I just type the number in, type how many hours I worked. So as long as I do that by sometime on Monday, I end up getting paid.
Well, there you go.
But I did not do that yet this week. So I'm doing it right now on my phone. Crap. Did I not do... Oh, shit. Oh. Damn it. Well, that sucks. I'm going to have to search for it. Crap. I know I worked on that on Tuesday. Oops. That in there. Damn it.
Yeah.
No, it was 61 something. What is that? Oh, really? It was 60 something? Fuck is Subaru? Heated flash extension. 63. There we go. Air balancing. All right, I worked on that on Monday, Tuesday. Sorry, I'm kind of talking to myself here, trying to remember. This is why. What the hell? What happened there? Oh, no, that was on Wednesday, not Tuesday. Shit. I have a bad memory. I really should. Normally I do it like each day or whatever.
You're trying to remember where you worked, how long for, huh?
Yeah, exactly. Because it's like, well, I finally found the job number for the one thing. I was like, oh yeah, I did that on Tuesday. And then I looked back. I was like, oh wait, no, I did the other one on Tuesday. So I must be thinking of Wednesday. And then where the hell are we going? I think I have this written down somewhere too. Finesse. Nope, that's next weekend. All right. Ireland. No, I didn't go to Ireland today. Shoot. I don't know. Anyways, that was pretty good. Every Second Matters today.
It was. It was really good. Yeah, but unfortunately, I had to leave towards the end there. My cats were they were circling me and kept scratching my leg as I'm sitting here. They were getting hungry.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, it was, what, like 3.5 hours or whatever? Like, that's...
Yeah.
Modifications. Crap.
Yeah, but I thought it was pretty good. We covered a lot.
Yeah, I wish some of the other... some of the other people would have jumped in, but that's all right. We're not up to 62 yet, are we? No.
I noticed they all started showing up, as I was getting ready to leave.
Yeah, some of the people jumped in later.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. All saved.
Yeah, you go. You're getting paid now, huh?
Log out. Yep. I mean, I think it's going to be off this week anyways because of the holiday. So I think it's going to be late. But either way. Oh, #tactical started a live video on Instagram.
Okay, now my numbers not going to start with that. But you emailed your straight left. Okay, Tactical Valor. That's it. That does it for me.
What's up, guys?
Okay,
going on,
Tactical
Knives?
Valor. Send me your information. I would be happy to send you a patch, and you can pick which one you want. But America, I'm just saying. This one. All my patches give back too, so I donate every time you guys buy one, and I give away a free decal with every purchase. And this one's for Squee. It's coming at you, darling. I promise. Hi, Smeggy. Every Second Matters, Smeggy. Did you guys do your show today?
Oh yeah, she's talking to me.
Text me again. I'm gonna eat and then I'm gonna text you back. come join you on gun channels. I can't. This is why I can't join you on gun channels. I'm about to have that and some Mexican pizza and some of her fajitas. Yum.
Yeah.
Having margaritas.
You dog.
Okay, you guys, thank you for joining live. My girlfriend is seriously giving me the dirty sideways look. She is not happy with me right now. So, cheers. I love you guys. Thank you for coming on.
My girlfriend, what?
Y'all. Yeah. Okay, do something for 2A this weekend, and I'll talk to you guys tomorrow. Bye, guys.
Well, that was quick. That's the thing with Instagram. Then it's just like, oh, it's over. It just doesn't exist anymore. You know what I mean? Like, that's the thing. That's why I kind of don't like the Instagram live stuff. Like, it's kind of neat. You just jump on, bam, you're there. But it's like, if you really want to, like, try and get a message out or talk to people or whatever, you are only talking to those people right then in that second.
Yeah,
as soon as you close it down, no one even knows it exists. What?
At least you set good channels and you can cut it on there.
Oh yeah. Oh, I know, dude. She's cool. She knows what's down.
I'll be right back.
Oh, I guess she must have been hanging out with her friends today or whatever. That's why she couldn't do Every Second Matters. But either way, whatever. I mean, I guess it's, just our rights or whatever, That's nothing important. I'm just kidding. I understand. People have lives to live. I get it. I mean, hell, I know I've missed a few. I just really, really, really try not to, because I really like the idea of Every Second Matters, and I think we really can step it up to the next level. We got some good behind-the-scenes stuff going on, so I think last month was a good sample of that, of what the possibilities are. And you combine that with the 22nd, the little special edition one.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. I would have loved to have seen the guy from Firearm Policy Coalition and the guys from Florida Carry like on at the same time, so then they could talk to each other and be like, oh, you're working on this? Well, we're working on that. Or we tried this strategy. Have you thought of that? Like, just connect them together. Everyone's working towards the same thing.
Hell yeah.
And we might have different ideas and different strategies and whatever. It is what it is. So maybe not all of them will agree 100%, and that's fine. But I like to look at it as, we're all pushing a boulder down the road. And we all agree where it's sitting now is not good enough. It needs to go down the road. Now, one person might want to go down the road to the left. The other person might want to go down the road to the right. Maybe someone wants to only go halfway down the road, whatever. My whole thing is, don't argue about the end result when you're not even pushing the boulder yet. At least start pushing the boulder. Then when you get halfway and that dude wants to stop, well, then okay, fine. Like, at least you helped us a little bit, And we can fight then about what is the right direction to go. Do we go left? Do we go right? Do we go straight? Do we turn around? I mean, whatever. But we know where we're at now, we're not happy with. But unfortunately, a lot of people, they extend down the line and go, well, I don't want to go down the 2nd street. I want to go down the 3rd street. And so they start fighting about it. Then they never even get past the 1st street because they're fighting about the end result. So I've used that analogy a lot, and I think it fits pretty well. And that's a standard like debate tactic when someone's talking about whatever, is you like extend it out to absurd levels, right? Like, oh, well, you want this, well then therefore blah 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 blah, and like extend it out till it's ridiculous, and then say, look how ridiculous it is, therefore step 1 must be wrong. And it's like, no, dude, you extended it like way too far. Like, that's not I don't know. It is a common debate tactic, but I don't like it. I think it's faulty logic for sure. Like, oh, you have a fire extinguisher in your house? Well, then you must be scared of fire. So if you think a fire extinguisher is going to help, how about why don't you put in a full commercial sprinkler system? And then why don't you put in, motion sensors or different things? And then if you turn a flashlight on, it sparks the sprinkler system because it thinks that the flash from the flashlight is a spark. And so then you're going to get wet every day. And it's like, so that's your arguments against fire extinguishers, is that if I had a commercial brand sprinkler system in my house and then I had an overly sensitive sensor that when I turned a flashlight on, I'd get wet? Like, that doesn't, you've jumped too far,
Yep, I got you. Hey, did you you see that article in the NRA and Newsweek magazine?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Put it in the side chat there. Where more guns, less crime is debunked.
Oh, really? First off, that's not NRA's theory. I think John Lott's really the big researcher on that. But no, I did not see that. I'm probably gonna get mad when I read through it, but.
Hello? Is it me you're looking for? Hey guys, you guys know anything about Amazon Prime?
What about Amazon Prime?
How much is it a year? Is it $70?
No, that was years ago. It's $99.
Damn.
But
No, I just had it.
You can sign up to pay for it monthly, but that costs you $10.99 a month. So of course, you're paying more.
There's no way this. What? So the teams estimate that the adoption of right to carry laws substantially elevated violent crime rates, and then in parentheses, excluding murder rates. So murder rates have been going down. We all know that. But seems to have no impact on property crime. States that adopted right to carry laws have experienced an average of 13 to 15% increase in violent crime in the 10 years after enacting those laws. The researchers wrote in a working paper published June 21st. I just plain don't buy it because that's the exact opposite of what John Lott says.
I know.
What report is this from?
All right, so they did mention John Lott, actually. So other studies conducted since 1994 have undermined the gun right movement's theory. First published by economist John Lott, 1998 book, More Gun, Less Crime. The site calls the news report the most comprehensive and assertive debunking of the theory.
Yeah, I mean, it depends. I mean, it's like anything else. You can make your numbers look like anything,
Yeah, I guess so. But then the thing is, all this work is based on statistical models. When all models are when the models all generate similar estimate, it increases your confidence you have captured the true effect. Well, what about when all models capture what actually has happened? Then would you have a good, then would you have confidence in your model? Because they're not comparing the models to what actually happened. They're comparing the models to other models and saying, well, they all come up with the same thing. Well, yeah, if you input all the same crappy data, you're going to get all the same crappy results. Garbage in, garbage out kind of thing. Or if you're all using a flawed logic, then you're all going to get a flawed result. If you look at actual history, you look at the actual things, and I don't even go as far as John Locke, because he makes a positive assertion, which there's a difference between that. But he says, like, more guns cause less crime. That's his, hypothesis or theory or whatever. And he does a pretty good job of proving that out. And I don't know. I don't go that far. What I do say is when you look at the numbers, you can prove that more guns don't equal more crime. And there's a slight difference in saying that those two statements, but that's if you look at the states with the most guns and the most carry permits and the most, free laws and all that stuff, and you look at their crime rates, you see that they go down. And then when you look at the states that have the most restrictive gun laws, their crime rates go up. So, I would have to read this actual study that Newsweek is citing to see what the heck they're talking about. But I personally am skeptical of it. I don't buy it because I've looked into and done research on the stuff that John Lott presents, and his numbers are correct. I mean, he gets them from the FBI, he gets them from, standard police reporting, all that kind of stuff.
Oh yeah. I mean, I've got a couple of his books here anyway.
So yeah, no, I have not seen that article just now. There wasn't a lot more else in there, but I find it to be ridiculous.
I do too, but unfortunately, that's the kind of shit they believe. They're not.
Right.
They're not going to. When they throw up their argument, they're just going to throw the headline at you.
Right, and to say that they only looked at states that have right to carry laws, which is kind of weird because every state now has a concealed carry permit of some type. So they only looked at shell issue states or something. Like, I don't know exactly what I think they did or whatever. And then they're like, well, we looked at the 10-year period after they enacted it. So you're comparing one state that, let's say they passed it in 98. So you're looking from 98 to 08. And then this other state that has, May issue, you're looking at it from 2004 to 2014 or whatever.
Yeah.
Well, since we know crime's been going down steadily since it peaked in, that 95 it peaked or 94 it peaked? I forget exactly. I think it was 95. I could be wrong on that. It was mid-90s though. That's when violent crime peaked, and it's been going down since then. So it's been going down for at least 20 years. So to look at that and then compare, maybe one state got it in, 92 or something. So the first couple years it went up just because crime was going up anyways across the whole country. And then it peaked and then it started going down. So it seems like a flawed thing to say, we looked at it, 10 years after they passed the thing for each state. Well, each state got it in a different year. So you're comparing a different 10-year group. Why not just compare, the same years all across the board?
Oh, yeah. I understand what you're saying.
And what's this whole violent crime's been going up except murders? Okay, well, I guess the question is, what do you describe as violent crimes or whatever? I guess that'd be like assault and battery or different things. But
anything that doesn't end in murder.
Right. But okay, maybe when you take that out or whatever, I don't know. I guess I would guess that they didn't just completely make stuff up, but I'm guessing the way that was written, they did cherry pick stuff. Because why exclude murders except for the fact that when you add the murders back in, then they can't get their numbers to line up. So if we just take out murders and, armed robbery, but keep all the other ones in there, then those ones have been going up. But when you add the other ones in, they've been going down. And you know what I mean? So they took those out on purpose. They took them out for a reason.
Oh, yeah.
And then again, the arbitrarily picking 10 years after it was enacted. Well, again, why not just look at every state from 2000 till 2014 or whatever, right? Like just pick the same time frame across the board. And that kind of, it seems silly.
Oh, I got a question for you, Smeggy.
All right, what's up?
I noticed that when you were cleaning your brass.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I mean, I got some. I got one of these cheap, quick brass cleaning kits. I got some. Got some lizard cleaner or bedding, which is crushed walnut. How much do you put in there? I mean, you just put it in there dry. Now, do you deprime first?
No, I just clean it first. And then I pop the primers out.
You don't throw it back into polish after that? Or I mean, once you're done, that's it.
Yeah, no, I don't put it back in. I mean, I guess you could put it back in if you want to make sure that the primer pocket gets all cleaned out. But one of the things I saw is why you don't want to necessarily like deprime dirty brass is because you're normally resizing at that same time. And so you end up getting like carbon buildup inside your resizing die that also deprimes. And then I guess that could like cause some issues or whatever. It's something I read. I don't know. So just I'd rather be safe. I'd rather clean all the stuff first and then resize and deprime clean brass.
Yeah,
I know some people that do that. Then they go back and they clean it again after the fact because they really want to make sure the primer pocket's all cleaned out. But I think it does a good enough job. They don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, and plus I got one of them little cleaning those metal little things you turn with your fingers to clean it out if it's that bad.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a little wire brush thing.
You put anything in the walnut? I mean, do you just run in the walnut, or do you add something to it?
Well, first off, I use corn cob instead of walnut. But
Okay.
That's just for me personally because I have a nut allergy, and I'm concerned about, getting the aerosol from the walnut fumes.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if I'll have a reaction or not, so I'd rather just avoid that. I might be okay. I don't know. I've never tried it. But anyways, I use the corn cob, which for everything I've heard, the walnut is like sharper and harder. So it ends up like cleaning better and it lasts a little bit longer because the corn cob being a little bit softer, like the edges will round off a little bit and then it doesn't clean as well. But I haven't noticed a problem so far. And as far as how much to put in there, I just looked at like the brass cleaning thing, the vibrating chamber thing. I looked at the instructions. I think it said like fill it 2/3 or whatever. So, I just dump some brass in there and then pour the media in there until it's like 2/3 full. And what I've been doing recently is I just I have a big bin that has all the brass in it, and I just grab like a handful at a time, and I put like 10 handfuls in there. And it seems to I know that's super rough estimate, but basically if you put too much in there, you're gonna like bog down the vibrator, right? It's gonna be like working too hard because it's too heavy.
Yeah.
And if you put too little, then you're kind of just wasting your time because it's like, oh, I let it sit there for 2 hours and I have 50 pieces of brass or whatever. So I'm trying to remember. I worked it out even one time too. I think those 10 handfuls work out to be, like 150 to 200 brass, something like that.
Okay.
But that's how I do it. Maybe someone else has better ideas. But it seems to work pretty good. That seemed like it was the right amount inside the thing. It still worked fine. And it, it tumbled fine.
Yeah, well, I'm thinking. I mean, I've got the thing here, and I've taken brass. The last couple of weeks, I've been shooting stuff. Because I bought new brass to start. You know.
Mm-hmm.
So I've been collecting it now for 2 weeks, and I thought, well, I'm gonna start cleaning it. And I'll need some more soon.
Yep. Yeah, your tumbler might even say on there too, like approximately how much brass it will hold or whatever.
Yeah, I have to look at
I
it.
think that kind of varies on which ones you have.
Yeah, I'm just
Yeah, I just set mine up and I just let it run for a super long time, and then it seems to work fine.
okay. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, how long do you let it run for?
Like at least a couple hours. And that all depends on how fresh your media is, how dirty your brass is,
Yeah.
that kind of stuff. But yeah, I mean, let it run for a little bit, and then shut it off and check it. Pull some of the brass out and see if it looks okay. If it looks all good, then you're done. If it looks like it's still kind of marked up, then go ahead and let it run for some more. And I've had some where then once I start taking it out and I'm depriming it, I find that some that are like still pretty tarnished or still even have, like residue all built up in them and stuff.
Yeah.
And I just toss them back in my dirty box. So I'm like, oh, this one must have been sitting outside for a couple weeks before I picked it up or something,
Yeah. Yeah.
Which that will eventually come clean once you just got to do it for longer. So.
Okay. All right. I mean, and I guess it's just a matter of trial and error when you decide that that the medium needs changing and shit. I guess you learn as you go.
Right. Yeah, basically as the media loads up, what's going to happen is it's going to take longer and longer to get clean. It's going to be less effective. Like I said, the sharp edges, which is what's kind of scraping all the stuff off, those like break down, right? It starts getting rounded off.
Yeah.
And then now that the media is smoother, it's not doing as good of a job of being abrasive.
Okay.
So, and that's the other thing. What I've done is, after I do, a handful of cleaning segments, I keep reusing the same media over and over, and then I'll end up almost kind of like diluting it or whatever. Where I have a little like plastic cup that works pretty good. It's like a little, I think it's like a kid size cup from like a restaurant or whatever.
Yeah.
A little plastic. So I'll take a scoop of the dirty stuff and like toss it and put a scoop of clean stuff in. You know what I mean? So it's like now overall it's got some fresh stuff and I remove some of the dirty stuff. So I've kind of been doing that. And then when I actually haven't gotten to this point yet, but I guess when it seems like it's all super dirty, I'll just dump all of it and start all of it brand new, fresh. But so far, just by diluting it a little bit, it's been lasting quite a bit. I'm trying to think. I've only done, I don't know, like 5 loads, 6 maybe.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. So I mean, what I did was I bought the the Frankfurt Arsenal Quick and Easy brass cleaner. I mean, and it sends it's got a plastic container of brass polish, and it says here to once you shake it for a while, while the tumbler is running, add 3 teaspoons for each pound of untreated medium.
Okay. Which I don't even know if that thing even hold a full pound of media at a time.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure on that. Yeah, it might. But either way, yeah, you can do that too, and that just polishes up your brass a little bit, makes it shiny. I don't use any polish, and mine still come out just as shiny. I think it just takes maybe a little bit longer.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of personal preference in reloading, and I haven't experimented with a lot of different stuff. I just found the thing that seems to work for me, and yeah, I'm always open to suggestions.
Oh yeah, I was listening to what's his name show the other day.
Travis?
Yeah. I didn't get to hear that. I didn't listen to the whole thing, but they were talking about reloading and stuff. Seems to be a lot of different opinions out there.
Yep. There definitely is a lot of different opinions.
Oh yeah. Yeah. So I did buy one bag of pre-shot brass to help get my numbers up, but I don't know. I think if I'm going to start doing it from now on, I'm going to use my brass, or keep some new on hand to add into the mix. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you could do that, or I know a lot of people they'll start with new, and then they will keep track of that brass like every time. So they'll shoot it and pick it up, and then they clean all that, reload it again, and they'll put like right on there. I don't know if you keep like a little like card or something. I have some that say like what type of powder, what grain, bullet, how much powder you put in there, keep track of all your stuff. And there's like a little part on there you can mark off like, first time reloaded, second time, third time, fourth. So then you just keep doing that until you get it to like 10 times or whatever. Then they toss it and start with new again.
Yeah, well,
I personally go with, since I pick up so much from the range, I have no idea what it is.
Yeah.
I just inspect all of it as I'm going through the process, and anything that looks like it's starting to like be really deformed or has a little like break or something in it, I just toss it then.
Okay.
But I do know people that keep track of, like, that's the same box of 50 has been reloaded 3 times, 4 times, 5 times. Like, they just do it in small batches, a couple hundred at a time, and then only do those ones and don't mix it up with like stuff they don't know how many times it's been shot. I personally don't think that's that big of a deal. I say shoot it until it looks like it's not good enough anymore.
Yeah.
Because that's all going to depend on, what kind of pressure it's seeing and what you're doing and whatever. Like, so even to just say like it can only be reloaded 10 times. Well, that might be true, but it might not. You might get 20 times out of it. You might get 5 times out of it. If it's really expanding and then you're really crimping it down hard, like all of those things are going to weaken it faster than if it's not, moving as much. You're not squishing it as much. Every time you squish it and then expand it back out, you're weakening it a little bit.
True.
So that all depends. Like when you're flaring it to set the bullet and everything, if you have a really deep, wide flare, like you're going to shorten your brass life than if you only flare it out like a little tiny bit, like just enough to get the bullet in, and I know people that do it either way.
Yeah, some say you don't have to do it with pistol, rounds and stuff. I don't know. I mean, with my hand loading, I find it a hell of a lot easier. to flare it out, just a fraction.
Well, yeah, because it makes it easier to seat the projectile.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you could get it where when you go to seat the projectile, it actually is like the edge of the case is shaving a piece of lead off the side.
Yeah.
Because you're trying to like squish it in there, and if it's off center a little bit, it just, scrapes it off. And now you got a projectile that's not the same weight as all the other ones. Well, your accuracy is going to be affected.
So I got 9s mixed in with my 45s here. The range.
Well, that's something you definitely want to separate out before you start tumbling.
Hell yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, I bought one of them what do you call it? One of those nut picker upper things. That if I don't bend over and pick my brass up unless I absolutely have to. I got a roller.
Oh yeah, one of those. It's got a bunch of little like fingers or something.
Well, mine's like a little cage.
Oh yeah, okay, I've seen those before too. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's I notice it works better. The more upright I hold it, the better it picks up. If you try to do it sort of like at an angle, if you were putting this like a carpet sweeper back and forth, it doesn't pick up so well. But if you if you're almost standing over it, reeling it back and forth, man, it picks it up like it's going out of fashion. I was quite impressed. The only time it let me down was when I got caught in a rain shower and the dust turned to mud.
Oh, it got all like gunked up.
Yeah, it didn't pick up so well. That's all right. I can live with it. Yep, there's a 9. So. Oh, I've ordered. I told you. Did I tell you? I've ordered all new reloading shit.
No, I didn't know that.
Oh yeah, it should be here. It should be here tomorrow or with the vacation. It might be Wednesday before it gets here.
Hey, what'd you order?
What?
What'd you order?
I ordered the Lee. Is it Torrent press? So it's got the 4 things on it.
Yeah.
When you move down, it turns one thing at a time. Yep. I got that, and since I'm in my own little apartment here, hurting for space, I have no workbench I can bolt it to, so I bought the Lee stand that you can bolt it to. So, take up less room in my my front room here, and I can move it around to store it. Mind you, that was almost the same price as the damn press itself.
Yeah, but you want a nice, good, sturdy anchor point for that thing.
Oh yeah, so I got that. Then I got that, and I've already got the the 4 things I need from a 45. I haven't got one for 9s yet. This 45 is what I shoot mainly, but I thought, well, I do have a 9mm now, so I might start saving them. You know.
Yeah.
And
That's the thing. You have to reload a lot of 9 to kind of pay back the price of like the reloading stuff. But if you look at it, if you bought all the equipment to do 45, you're going to pay yourself back pretty quick. And then to pay back just the price of the dies, since that's all you have to get, yeah, it would be pretty quick.
Yeah, well, what's called the let's see, I've got the new because I've got the quick release things, so the dies, whatever. All I gotta do is just turn it and pop them out.
Yeah, you just take the whole turret out and leave all the dies set.
Do what?
I'm gonna say you just take the whole turret out.
Yeah.
And leave the dies in place, and you just put in a new turret that has your other dies in place.
Yeah.
And then maybe swap over like the powder drop or something if you're using the same one.
Yeah.
Or you can just get a couple of those.
Well, I also bought one of those powder thingies to use to hook onto it.
Yep. You need the Lee flaring die in order for the auto powder drop thing to work.
I got that.
I found that out when I took someone's advice and bought the Hornady dies, because it's the same thread like to go into the turret and stuff. And they're like, oh yeah, Hornadys are better than Lee. So I'm like, yeah, okay, whatever. Well, there's the Hornady flare die isn't like a drop through. Like it's not designed for that powder drop thing. So then I had to go and buy a frickin' Lee flare die.
Yeah, I mean the Lee die, flaring die. Yeah, the 4 of them comes with the flaring die.
Right.
Is it this
Yeah.
one?
And it's got the hole in it. That's the one I got. Yeah.
Yeah, you're basically copying off of me because I have all the Lee stuff.
You what?
I said you're copying off of me. I have all the Lee stuff.
Oh yeah. Well, I've been reading it, and it seems to be the, you know, somebody, a friend of mine for, let's see, was it last year? I was talking about doing reloading, and when I was hurt and stuff and couldn't move around, he bought me. He must have gone on. He went on eBay or Amazon and got it. He just looked it up, and he actually bought me. He knows absolutely nothing about guns or reloading, but he got me the what was it, the Modern Reloading book by Richard Lee, 2nd edition. Big old thick thing it is. Got all the different gunpowders there is, and
Yep.
yeah. Well, I've been reading that, so it's sort of that's why I went towards Lee. You know. So then, okay, then I've ordered. I'm listening to Matt's show the other day. I've ordered spare parts already. He said one of the things that break a lot, some of the guys are saying, was when you're doing the depriming.
Oh yeah, that pin. Yep.
Yeah, pin. So I got me 3 extra pins. They come in a pack of 3, so that's why I got 3. I bought me an extra one of those what do you call it? The actual turret plate they drop off and put it on. And I was going to buy some of those trays that you stack stuff in, but I realized I got 20 of them down in my shed that I use with my motorcycle for motorcycle parts and shit. And I never used them. Still in boxes. They ain't red. They're gray. What difference does it make? You know?
Right.
I'll save myself some money there.
Yeah, I regret. I guess, I mean, obviously I didn't know it at the time, but thinking back, so I used to work at a hardware store, and you know they had all those bins where you pull out like washers and bolts and nuts and all that kind of stuff, right? They're all just loose.
Yeah.
And we did some reconfiguring. They put an expansion on the store. We moved aisles around, all that stuff. When they did that, they got all brand new shelving and trays. So, at the time, the owner was selling those like, I forget how wide was that? I don't know, maybe like 2 foot wide, and then it stood. Well, I think they were in segments. It would be like 3 foot tall, like segments, and there's like a couple of them stacked on top of each other.
Oh yeah.
So when you go down the aisle, yeah, it was about like 6 foot high or whatever. That's probably too much. No, maybe they're 2 foot by 2 foot. I don't know.
Yeah, but I know
However it worked out. Anyways, the point being is he was selling those, and I was like, I should get a couple of these. These are kind of neat. And I was like, nah, what am I going to use them for, or whatever. Well, now I really wish I had them because I could put them, just set them on my reloading bench, and have like, each segment would have like 4 like pull-out trays.
Yeah, well, that's
you have like 3 of them stacked up next to each other.
Yeah. Well, that's what
was, hindsight's 2020, I guess, and it's also, God, that happened back in, I don't know, 2004 or something, right?
Yeah.
And I bought the reloading stuff earlier this year, so how was I supposed to have known that I would have used those trays?
Yeah, that's a lot of foresight there, I tell you.
Yeah, but I mean, shit, it was selling for like $5 or something. It's like, really, I could have got, 4 of them for $20. Like, I would have been golden.
Oh yeah.
Also, save the plastic trays that your factory ammunition comes in.
Yeah, definitely. I save anytime I have factory ammo that comes in like a nice plastic tray. I save it. There are some of them. Well, for one, there are some boxes that I got that have like a styrofoam thing, and I don't know. I saved those at first because I was like, well, I mean, I get at least it kind of works. And then it's like I realized I had so many of the plastic. There's no reason to save the styrofoam because those are just going to get busted up and they're going to suck. So I just throw those out now. And then there's the other ones that have like the plastic like fingers that kind of stick up. It's not like a full tray with holes in it. It's like just little fingers. And I think those are kind of lame too. So I throw those out also.
Well, even those aren't bad for putting in an empty shell or empty case after you've primed it, because they're easy to grab the case out of. But
Yeah, that's a good point. I guess just because I have the turret press, I'm going to go with piece of brass, crank the handle 4 times, have a bullet. So I'm never going to stop in between 2 stages. But yeah, if you have a single press or if you prime somewhere different or whatever, then yeah, I can see how that would be helpful.
But what are you doing with the how you priming them?
I prime them on the press.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, it's got the little thing that like swings over. So when you lift it up, it resizes and deprimes, and then there's a little finger thing that sticks out. You click the primer thing on there, it drops a primer down. Then on like the return swing, as you're lifting the handle up, it pushes the primer in and it rotates the head, and then you crank it again, it flares it and drops the powder. Let it down, crank it again, seat the bullet, crimp it, you're done.
Some of those can be finicky, but it just all depends on what press you have and what setup you got. I personally don't mind priming by hand.
Yeah, it seems okay.
Yeah, so you're talking about the where's my thing here? I've lost my because I haven't got them. I've got the, let's see, I've already got the hand prime loader thing from Lee.
Mm-hmm.
That has that sort of like
hand prime
thing on top, and
hand prime tool, or the easy prime, whatever they call it.
Yeah, and you just press it once and it does it. That's what I got now, but I've also got on order the what the hell is it here? I got this here. The Lee Safety Primer Feed. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, it screws in right to the top of the turret press. And so when you do the first thing, you deprime and resize, there's a little finger that's sticking out like underneath your case. and it swings forward and it kind of like clicks and it drops one case, or it drops one primer, and it sits in a little cup, and then on the upswing it seats the primer.
Okay. So if it all goes smoothly, you should be able to do one bullet and 4 things of the handle.
Right.
That's what I want.
So yeah, when I got the Lee press, I have the same thing. I have the Lee turret press, but I bought it as the kit. So it came with, the primer. It came with the powder drop. The only thing to come up with was the dyes. And looking back, I should have just bought the Lee dyes, but I thought I was taking advice that was good advice. I think it was either Foose or Sean. I forget which one steered me wrong. So the Hornady dyes were better. It's like, yeah, it's great, except they don't work with the fucking Lee powder drop. So I had to buy a Lee flare. But whatever. Either way.
Yeah.
Honestly, well, I guess the way I was thinking is because the Hornady set comes with 3 dyes. I'm like, well, I have 4 holes, so I'll just put the powder drop in, I'll just put it in the second hole or whatever, and then use the Hornady one. Like, that'll be fine. But it's not the standard, like, it's little tiny thread. It doesn't fit inside the turret. It fits inside the primer, or inside the flare dye.
Yeah, no, I'm saying that I haven't put it together yet, but I'm assuming the powder thing is you got to turn the handle or something to drop the powder in, or does it do it automatic?
If you have I think there's a couple different ones, but if you have the auto disc or something it's called, then the case itself goes up and turns the little thing and drops the powder. So there's nothing, it just does it automatically.
Which one do you have?
That's what I have, is the auto disc. There's a little like thumb screw that you screw in or you screw out, and that is how you pick like the volume of powder you need.
Okay. I think I got the other one. Where when you bring it, when the die comes around, I think you crank something up and down, and it drops the exact amount of powder in there.
Okay, yeah, they make a couple different ones, but mine's the auto one, so it's all like spring loaded and stuff.
Knowing my lazy ass, I'll be buying that one.
Yeah.
Because I tell you, I mean, it's not. Yeah, part of it's being lazy, but the other part is after a while. Because I mean, I have arthritis really bad in my hands. It's my hands start cramping up, and I have trouble using them. So trying to pull a dial, I mean, a lever back and forth, can be a real pain in the ass after a few hours. So
right, and you're already going to be cranking that big handle 4 times for each round.
Yeah. So I might end up getting the auto. That's all right. I learned by my. I mean, because really, I started reloading. I started with the Lee loader, doing 1 bullet at a time. Because I didn't, I was shooting them, but I wasn't really into reloading. I would reload maybe 10 or 15 just for something to do in the evening, see if I could do it. Then I went from there to started reloading more, went to the hand press. And that's where I noticed the arthritis really kills me. Now I've gone to this one. So what's after this one?
Progressive press.
Oh yeah, and what's that do? That's sort of like
that's where you have all the dies set up top. It kind of looks like a turret. The difference is the bottom spins, and depending on which model, it holds like 4 or 5 shells at a time.
Oh yeah.
So you put one in, you crank it, and then it rotates the bottom. You put another one in, you crank it, and so now you're resizing and depriming the first one. You're also flaring the second one. Then you crank it again, so then when it's completely full, each pull of the handle, you're doing each step.
It's using a bullet.
Yeah, it's doing like, 5 things at once to 5 different cases. And then each time you let it down, the bottom rotates, you put a new piece of brass in, and you keep
so
going.
eventually a new bullet will come out after every pull.
Right. Yeah, after like the first 5 or 6 or whatever, once you get it loaded up, then every pull you're doing is doing each step to one of them. Which, I don't know, it definitely is faster. You'll get more, right? You're doing less pulls per thing. But, the thing I don't necessarily like about it that much, since I'm still new, is now after each pull, you're looking, did it actually deprime? Did it seat the new primer? Did it drop the right amount of powder? Did it seat the bullet correctly? Did it crimp it correctly? Did it flare the case correctly? Like, because you're doing 5 things at once, you're kind of checking all 5 things, making sure it did it correctly.
Yeah.
Whereas I like to be able to, I'm only doing one action at a time. So if I mess something up when I was setting up the die, I can, figure it out right away because I'm only doing one thing. And then from there, it just gets fancier on the different progressives. A lot of them will just have like way more multiple steps. Some of them you can do like after the powder drop. The next stage, like the next thing it does is like it's a powder check. So it's this little plunger that goes down, and like you set it to where if you accidentally like double charged or you didn't charge, it won't allow the thing to rotate because the plunger comes down and then it doesn't get pushed back up enough, so it doesn't clear. Like if you end up having an empty case or whatever.
Yeah.
Or vice versa, it will stick up all the way and a little like red flag will pop up, and then you'll know somehow it got too much powder in it. And then you can get, primer feeders or whatever, right? So you just like load up an entire tube of primer. You don't have to worry about those as much. You can get case feeders, bullet feeders. So the bullets in the case are in like these little tubes, and they just drop down one at a time. So then really all you're doing is pulling the handle, and the press is doing like everything for you. You don't have to put a bullet on. You don't have to put a case in. Like it's doing all of that for you. And I think that's kind of where Foose is at now, because he's got like a big hopper. You just dump all the brass in, and it like spins around and gets them all lined up the right way, and then they drop down this tube and they drop right into the press.
Yeah, but I mean he's shooting thousands a year, isn't he?
Yeah, I think he said he's up to 12,000 so far this year. He was talking about just the other day. So he's on track to do like 24,000 rounds this year.
Yeah. Yeah, I was talking to him a couple of weeks ago, and, when he goes into these big competitions, he says you leave 500 brass behind that you're not allowed to pick it up.
Right. But he does enough like practice stuff that I'm sure he just reloads all his practice stuff.
Fine, you're talking about that. I mean, for my measurement right now, I use a Lee scoop. But the powder I use, see, I didn't even know what powder to buy when I done mine. I just picked one. So I use what do I use? Bullseye, I think it is.
Yeah, as long as there's a formula for it in the book for whatever caliber you want to use,
in the book,
then you're good to go.
It says use for the minimum amount, use a Lee scoop 0.50. So that's what I've been using. And that's for a level scoop. I have noticed though on some of these, if I haven't leveled it off properly, or I've been too, just scooped it out and you got a, so I got a heaping scoop, and I put it in there. When that thing fires, you can tell it's got some kick to it.
Oh yeah. Well, you gotta be careful with that, right? You don't want to overpressurize it.
I know. That's what I've realized. That's why I went and bought the one that measures it for me.
Right. Yeah, I feel more comfortable with that.
Yeah.
I think you get a lot more consistent powder drops with something like that.
Yeah, because not only that is I've had some where I said I'm using that scoop, and I could swear blind that I got enough in there, Then but when I shot it, you could you could tell by the sound and the feel that it didn't have as much powder as the others in it, and that kind of scary too.
Yep.
So that's why I went with that. That's very more consistent powder. That's why I just said that could get dangerous. That brass. That's been out there a while. I got some 9mm here that I really. They've been out in the weather for a while. I went looking for buckets in Walmart the other day. And I went over to the kitchen department. Because I said, I need a couple of small buckets. They had a couple of gallon bucket. They were nearly $5 a piece. And I'm thinking, bullshit. I go down to the hardware section and they got the big 5-gallon bucket for under $3. I said, shit, I'll go with that.
Yeah, that sounds like a plan.
Yeah. And more manly colors too. Hey, you haven't spurned any more gay guys lately, have you?
I have no idea, dude.
What you were talking about last night?
Yeah.
You bought
I don't think he was. I mean, we were all obviously just joking around or whatever. But
yeah, I know.
Yeah, I have no idea what that dude's problem was, other than just that he was drunk. It's really weird because from my point of view, like, we didn't even have beef. Like, absolutely nothing happened between us that would cause animosity. And so to find out like 10 minutes later, after the dude got kicked out, that, one of the dudes like, hey, that dude was looking to fight you. I was like, wait, what? Because apparently, like, when so if I don't know if anyone cares, but if you guys don't know the story, basically I was up at the jukebox. I was playing a couple of songs, and this guy comes up. He's like, "Oh, I was gonna play some songs," and I said, "Oh, here, like go ahead, and pick something. I'll leave some credits on the jukebox for you because I put in like $5 or whatever. So I was just gonna play a couple songs, and then I was gonna like pick something else." And I was like, go ahead and play something. And he was like, no, don't worry about it. And I said, no, seriously, dude, go ahead and do it. So I went and sat back down next to a couple of buddies. So then the dude walks over to me and he tries to throw a 20 at me and is like, hey, buy some shots for you and your friends. And I was like, nah, dude, you don't got to do that. Like, no, I don't want your money. He's like, no, here, take it. And like throws the money on the bar. So I'm like, oh, okay, I guess we'll get a couple of shots, like whatever. And so I said thank you and all that stuff. No problem. Then he walks away, blah, blah. Then shenanigans happen between him and the waitress and the manager, and he's yelling at him and all this stuff. So he ends up getting kicked out. I go outside with like the bouncer dude just to kind of make sure that stuff's not going on out there. I end up coming back in, and that's when I find out from like my other buddy who was kind of like around the corner a little bit. Like I talked to him a little bit, but he wasn't sitting right next to me. That's when I found out. Yeah, he was like, he asked his buddies, "Hey, do you got my back if I go fight this guy?" And his buddies were like, "No, we don't. Don't do it. Sit down and shut up." So like, his buddies were just like, "Seriously, dude, you're being embarrassing. Just shut up." Like his one friend was pissed when they were standing. It was him and his friend were standing outside waiting for an Uber, and that dude was pissed off. And pissed off at his own friend, you know, like, oh my God, I can't believe he acted like such a jerk. Anyway, so the dude who was sitting around the corner, he's the one that told me, yeah, you know, I thought he wanted to fight you and stuff. And he goes, when he walked over and ended up like buying you guys shots, he goes, I thought he was walking over to fight you. And apparently he was like, he had turned in his chair and everything and was like getting ready to jump up in case something happened. Like, so he had my back, and especially because I had no idea that the other dude even wanted to fight me. So I was like, oh, well, that's very nice of you. And that's the thing. If this dude would have like swung at me, for one, okay, there were 4 of us that were all sitting right next to each other, obviously clearly talking to each other. So it's at least 1 on 4. Then the guy around the corner, so it's 1 on 5 or whatever. And what the dude doesn't realize is there was another like 3 or 4 people in there who are also regulars and stuff, and like they probably would have jumped in. Like, you really don't want to, when you go to a local dive bar, you really don't want to start fights with people because you don't know how many people have their back.
Yeah, oh yeah.
And it was basically like everybody else in there would have been on my side. So I don't know. And what's weird is I've seen him in there before. I thought I remembered like talking to him before, and he seemed like a nice person. Like,
yeah, maybe he is unless he's drinking, you know.
Yeah, I guess so. That was one of the things. Like, I was talking to the manager after the fact, and I forget. Well, he yelled something at her. I forget what he said, and it was something. And she goes, "Okay, that's great. I'll remember that next time you try and come in here next weekend." Like, basically, that he's kicked out for life. He's not allowed back in there. Now, he's probably not going to remember that he's not allowed in there. But so I started talking to her. I was like, "That was weird." I go, "I know I've seen him before. Like, I don't know his name, but I know him enough, like, by his face that I know I've talked to him and he seemed nice or whatever." And she goes, "Yeah, this is the first time he's ever like caused a problem, but he's not welcome back anymore." So I don't know, whatever.
Do we have to reset? Is going past midnight, or is that only certain times? That's only about once a week or something.
Oh yeah, I don't know.
Sometimes I get booted out around midnight or something.
Yeah. Gun Channel signs everyone out on one of the nights of the week. Let's see. I just hit refresh to see if I'm still logged in. Yeah, I'm still logged in. So okay. It must not reset Sunday night. No one's out there chatting anyway, so
okay.
It doesn't really matter.
Not a soul anywhere, huh?
No. But speaking of being after midnight, I think I'm going to get going because I do have to get up a little bit early tomorrow to hit the road.
Yeah.
So I'll leave this run if you guys are all still down, but I'm just going to mute and go to bed.
Yeah, I'm not going to be far behind you. All right. Okay, have a good one.
All right. Yep. We'll see you guys later.
And I'm back.
Hey, how you going? Smeggy's leaving it running, but he's cold at night.
What a baby.
He's got to work in the morning.
Oh, okay.
Now you got to remember, you're still an hour or two behind us, ain't you? Let's see, where I'm at here on the East Coast, it's just 12 minutes past 12. Was it just going to 9 o'clock? Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
See, you guys are on the wrong time zone. You got to be at 12 right now. You got to be at 9 right now. You guys got to go back to specific time. What's up, too hottie?
Yo. How you doing tonight, Knives?
Still kind of sick from my stomach. After that pizza, the clay showed up.
Yeah, I didn't see it. I heard him talking about some nasty shit.
What are the fishes called?
Anchovies.
Yeah, the anchovies, jalapeno, mushroom.
Fucking fish pizza? Come on, man.
Blue cheese or some bullshit. I don't know, man. I just looked at that. Give me diarrhea. Yo, shit, and that's still going on about that fucking Trump tweet.
Do what?
CNN still going after that Trump tweet?
Oh,
You've got mail.
well, guys, I'm calling it a night. I will see you guys tomorrow.
Take care, Rick.
You too, Rick.
Nobody out there tonight?
Nope. Hold on, let me check. Yo, did you watch Every Second Matters?
Most of it.
How long was it?
I don't know, like 3.5, 4 hours, something like.
Yeah, I missed it. Was it good?
It was pretty good.
I gotta go back and watch it.
Florida Carry guys didn't make it for whatever reason, but it's still a good show. Shit, everybody's sleeping out there. Still looking at AR parts and shit.
Not anymore. I still got the sheet though. My calculations came fucked up though. I thought I had money and I didn't.
Well, that's no good. I'll be back in a minute.
Okay.
Oh, back.
Yeah, what you eat today, man?
Nothing really yet.
Shit, mama made chicken. That was it.
My dad smoked some turkey or some bullshit, so I had a little bit of that. That's it. Aren't most people off tomorrow for the 4th?
I don't know, man. Some people are. I know Sean's gonna be up. He's gonna be at work.
Yeah, I was thinking tonight would be more like a Saturday night in here.
And we had a few people in here last night. Fucking I was knocking out.
Pretty good show last night.
I didn't understand half of the shit they were talking about. I was like, what? Then that California bullshit came up. I'm like, fuck. Yeah, I fucking bought some shit off of Amazon. They gave me 30-day Prime thingamajiggy. I wish I had money.
Say that again?
I bought some shit off of Amazon that I needed. I needed some shit for my contacts. So they gave me a 30-day free trial on Prime. I wish I had money so I could buy some stuff.
Yeah, I dig Amazon Prime. And I'm pretty sure if one person in your family pays for it, everybody in the household can use it with their own login information. I think they can share it with a few different family members.
You get that free shipping, that free thing Bob? Free shipping on the first try? That shit comes tomorrow. Tomorrow's the 3rd, right?
Yep.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, that's the best part about it, the free 2-day shipping.
Well, that's fucking awesome, man.
Like there's movies and TV shows and shit too, but I don't do none of that. Or I haven't used it yet.
That's cool. Yeah, I think the main warehouses up in San Bernardino where the heavy used to live. I bet he used to get the shit early as fuck.
Well, Amazon's headquartered out of my state, but they got warehouses all over the place.
I could get something to drink.
Wasn't Ponery going to go get a dog or something?
Yup.
Mhm.
Oh, you heard about Top Gun 2?
What about it?
I thought Top Gun was a myth, like 2 years, but they're gonna make it.
It's not going to be as good as the first. That was like my favorite movie growing up.
Dude, my favorite jet was that fucking F-14 Tomcat, dude. I used to draw them, even though I sucked at them. Yo, did you see that tweet that Trump put out?
Are you talking about the wrestling one or what?
Yeah, the rest of the one, that shit's funny, dude.
Yeah, I saw that.
He knows how to meme. If he ain't the president who can't meme, that dude's a memer.
Is that what CNN was bitching about?
Well, I've been watching. I was somewhere else. I was with family. I was watching the news and fucking CNN's going nuts. I was laughing my ass off.
So did he really tweet that, or did somebody else tweet it? He just retweeted it or whatever.
Alright, hold on. I'll read it out to you. It says Donald J. Trump, real Donald Trump, hashtag fraud news, CNN, hashtag FNN fake news. We got 432 likes, 42,000, 432,000 likes, 265,000 likes. My bad. Oh, fuck. On my eyes. Okay. How many likes you got? 432,000 likes. This shit's funny.
What up, Guns?
What's up, Guns?
How's it going, y'all? Deja vu.
Same shit every day.
I missed anything good today?
Every second matters. I missed it too.
Yeah, it was a pretty good Every Second Matter show. But other than that, not much at all.
Fuck, man, I can't climb on here before like 10 o'clock p.m. my time, so it's not gonna happen.
It's been pretty quiet tonight. We had a full lobby last night, though.
Fuck, he didn't go on WWF when he was running for president, did he?
No, that was a long time ago.
Alright.
Nah, he sent out that meme, dude. Chucking down CNN and throwing them down. CNN be going nuts.
Still watching CNN, dude. Seriously.
I'm not.
They've been proven wrong on every bit they've done. It's ridiculous. And I'm not even a Trump fan, dude. When Alex Jones says more shit that's true than like your news, you're done.
I turn it on every once in a while just to see what bullshit they're spewing.
I don't even have an antenna anymore, dude. I don't have cable or anything, so I don't even I don't go near it. If I don't get my news off like YouTube or Instagram, it's not worth knowing.
Yeah, you ain't missing much.
Fuck, dude. I got a rangefinder, tripod, and a freaking 80mm spotting scope that just came in. So I am fucking happy.
You got a rangefinder?
Yeah, because one of the ranges I have to go to doesn't have any distances under marked under 100 yards, so it's nice when you want to sight something in at 25 or 50 yards. You can do it that way. You just go like outside and you start walking backwards and just put the rangefinder on the bench, and then you know exactly where to put your target. But I've been using it like around the neighborhood, and shit, dude, it works fantastic. And it's got an angle viewer on her, so it lets you know how, like, what to put your scope at, or like what to put your shot at, if something's like at an incline or a decline. And it also will give you the actual distance on top of that.
So it tells you if you got to shoot high or low, or got your actual adjustment.
Well, you know, if something's at like an incline, actual distance will be further than what you'll be aiming at. So something could be 400 yards away, but depending on if it's on an incline or decline, you might be shooting, you might have to aim at a closer level. So something might be 400 yards away, but you might be aiming 330 yards depending on the incline. And if you want to really dial in an AK, it goes on meters too. So you can actually set your target up 100 meters away instead of 100 yards. And that way, if you want to sight it the Russian way, instead of sighting him in at 25 yards, You can do that as well.
What kind of rangefinder?
Nikon ProStaff 7i.
Right on.
So it was about 220, but I dropped a lot of money this month, dude. So I said might as well enjoy it. So I just opened up a beer before my credit card bill arrives.
What's the max range on it?
1,200.
That's good.
No, I'm sorry, 1,300. Maybe more than that. Shit. I think it was 1,200 meters and 1,300 or 1,400 yards, something like that. So I don't know, I think around 1,300, 1,400 yards, but more than I have access to shoot because the max range I have near me is 1,000 yards.
And if it says 12 or 13, I mean, reliably, thousands probably have something that's super reflective out there.
Right. You'd have to set up. You'd have to set up some kind of like steel target, like huge one, and actually get a line of sight on there that's clear to actually see it.
Hey, Guns, what range you go to?
In LA, just Angeles. And then I haven't been to Oak Tree because it's always been crowded.
I've been to Oak Tree, that was it.
How was Oak Tree for you?
Oh, a while back, dude.
Well, it hasn't changed any.
It's same.
Like, I haven't seen how the targets are or anything over there, but Oak Tree is crowded.
I haven't been over there in a long time, dude. So I don't think it's. I think shit changes once in a while, so I don't know.
I got one by me over here that's 1,000-yard range, and because there's so much Afghani type land out here in Central California, some dudes rent out like these giant ranch properties, like portions of them that have a berm. And one of the dudes actually set up a range that's meant for long distance shooting, and the SEALs actually come and train on that property with them, so it's pretty cool.
That's the only one I've been to, Oak Tree, that's it.
Would you shoot at Oak Tree, pistol or rifle?
Rifle. I feel my friends there are the ones that had them.
Right. You still not, your living situation is still the same? You don't have any?
I don't have shit no more. Last thing I have is a Saga, dude.
A Saiga? What'd you say? A Saiga?
Last thing I had was a Mossberg 500 I got from Big Five.
Alright, well that's a great gun, but it is what it is. Dude, if I buy a shotgun, I'm telling you what, I'll buy one of those DP-12s. Have you seen those?
Yeah.
They make one that's white and like black. It looks like a stormtrooper gun. It looks insanely good.
Yeah, I noticed everybody's running for that Stormtrooper.
Yeah, you can't camouflage it in shit, but it looks awesome. Steyr makes a white and black
the Boba
too.
Fett one? You see that one?
No, did they Mandalorian one out?
No, they made a Boba Fett, what's that, fucking Israeli gun? That's a war?
They made it like different colors.
Yeah, I made a Boba Fett. Hold on, let me give it a link.
Yeah, a lot of dudes are coming out with some Mandalorian colors on their stuff. It looks cool. I've seen some holsters on it. And all they're doing is like mixing and matching like some flat colors with some hot red or some hot pink, and it looks fucking badass.
For holsters or guns?
For holsters, but dudes are doing them for guns too. Like especially if they're taking shorter barrels and putting long handguards on them, so the handguard extends over the barrel, so it looks pretty cool, like futuristic.
I'm okay with like competition guns and race guns done that way, but dude, I don't know about just.
No, they're all show guns, bro. Like they're not like if you only had money to buy one gun, you wouldn't buy that shit. That's something you'd buy after you have like 2 reliable rifles, and then you want something a little bit different and cool. Get something like that. But if it's a Steyr, fuck, why not? Because you can always like Krylon it or Plasti Dip, spray paint something. Which Plasti Dip's awesome, dude. You don't like it, you just peel it off. Doesn't hurt anything. So you can do whatever colors you want, but like that's a tried and true design. Like DP12 is a good gun. It's expensive, but yeah. But all those custom builds that they're doing, it doesn't hurt the gun any though.
Hey, guys, check my screen out.
Hold on, I gotta fix the bandwidth. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's like a garage job too, dude. It looks great. Yeah, dude. Boba Fett gets a lot of love for like getting his ass kicked in the fucking second scene that he's in. Fuck, dude, I just talked myself out of not buying a 1911, and then every time I see one, I have to go through the same talk in my head.
Which one were you looking at?
Because we're limited in Cali, but SIG came out with the carry version, and it's a distressed, like the handle's a little bit shorter, so and it's a 4.5 or 4.25 incher, and it's like distressed green, like battle green, so it looks pretty cool. And it's a SIG 1911, so you don't need to do any like upgrades to it except put ampy stuff on. But it's going for like 800, dude. It's surprisingly like for a SIG 1911, especially like affordable.
That size, is that what they call a commander?
I'm not sure, man. I don't know anything about like what Colt sizes, but what's the big one? The Colonel or General, or like a 5-incher is what?
I have no idea.
Yeah, dude.
I just thought I thought the stubbier one was the commander or something like that.
Well, Colt has like 4 sizes, right? Yeah, it was government. I think it's government, like the 5-incher. You're right, nice. But this one's just slightly smaller. It's about the size of a Glock, like dimensions, like something comparable. Still big for like a little bit on the bigger side for carry, but shit, dude. They're fucking good guns. I don't care what anyone fucking says, dude. They're fine. Like, if you were to give me a handgun and say, okay, you have to do a headshot, like a hostage headshot, fucking I'd go 1911 any day. But I already have the P220, so, and I've learned to like cock the handle when I'm drawing it, so I get single action pull every time. So I don't know if it's even worth it.
It's basically a 1911, just not a 1911.
Yeah, it's their modern version of it, but that straight back trigger, dude, is the way, in my opinion, all triggers should be. I don't like pivoting triggers at all. Fuck, if they can do a single action, double action, straight back trigger, that would be fucking great, man. I would buy that in a second. And I'm even sending that into Grace to do like a competition kit on there.
What's that going to get you?
$450.
I mean, what are they going to do to it though?
They're going to change out the trigger, so they're going to put their own trigger in there. That they've basically figured it out to where they can shorten the trigger travel. So basically, your pre-travel is going to be shortened up because of the lever system they figured out. And they go down to about a 7 to 6 pound on the double action spring, and down to a 4 to 3 pound on the single action. They just polish everything up, polish the feed ramp, check the reliability, and that's pretty much it, dude. Like that's all they're doing. But it makes everything. They do a PC job, like the performance center job on the like polishing, so it's everything's smooth, so you don't get that hang up right at the end. And then they came out with a non-MIM extractor, which I'm going to have them put in, and a completely solid guide rod, because SIG comes with a hollow one on those guns.
$450 though? Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's their trigger, dude. Like, you're paying for the parts. And the service, so. But that's nothing. I spent $800 on that Glock. And the dude's trigger job wasn't shit. I took out his trigger and I put in my Zev trigger.
What Glock was that?
I had a 17, so I had them cut it down to a 19. And then just had the works done to it, dude. Just they milled down all the edges on the slide. Stippling job. They actually made the frame like a 1911. So it's a lot more comfortable to shoot. It's like it just hits all the time. So it's fast and it's like super comfortable, and one-handed shooting is no problem. But was it worth $800? I don't know. Probably not.
I got the names right here. Hold on. Right. The 3-inch is the Defender. The 4.25 inch is the Commander. And then you got the 5, the Governor. And then you got the Long Slide.
So yeah, it's a Commander.
I've always liked the look of that size in 1911.
They say you lose about a 1/2 inch to an inch on the accuracy, though. Like, even Wilson Combat makes one, and it's freaking like $2,000 at least. And that thing, like, even in their Vice or whatever they put it in for the accuracy testing at 25 yards, just that much less of a barrel difference drops the accuracy.
So 3/4 of an inch less barrel opens your groups up 1 to 2 inches.
At least a 1/2 inch to an inch, which not bad, dude. At 25 yards, I mean, fuck.
Yep.
Uh-huh.
So I don't know if you guys know Tommy Sotomayor or seen his stuff.
Yeah.
But dude, it's fucking hilarious. His commentary on these shootings.
Well, his ass deserved to get shot.
Well, no, dude, like, listen, he fucking replays it. And then, like, his like, step-by-step commentary. No, that dude deserved to get shot, dude. I mean, what fucking moron holds up a gun store?
Yeah, I'll be right back.
Fuck, there's this another one about the, this one outside the nightclub. And I'll post that one too. Hold on.
Where'd the one at the gun shop take place? Was that in New York or something?
I think it was in Georgia.
Hmm. don't know if I've heard about that one.
Well, that was the one where Dead Horse put it on. And it was the gray-haired old guy, and he took his 45, he took his 1911 out, and he just dropped the motherfucker. I posted the link in the side and at Gun Channels.
Right on.
But, no, dude, this guy's commentary on it is just fucking hilarious. And let me find the nightclub one, because that one's really insane. The cops actually drive up, like, right next to him, and then the fucker doesn't see him, starts shooting at the dudes at the nightclub, fucking turns around, then sees the cops, and the cops just drop him straight up.
Yeah, you really got to be an idiot to try and rob a fucking gun store.
You know what, dude? There's only one gun store I've seen where the dudes haven't been packing at the gun store.
Yeah, I don't even know if I've seen one where they weren't packing.
The only one I've seen where they haven't been open carrying is in Huntington Beach. But it's such a freaking nice area that I don't even know. Like, I don't even know if it's if they just do concealed or what. Yeah. And here's the one. Here's the one at the nightclub. Let me try to screen share it. Ah, shoot, didn't work. All right, let's try it now.
Yep.
I'm trying to play it. Do you see him hitting the ground? He's shooting at the ground.
Yeah, he shot at the ground and then
the
never got.
cops right here.
Yeah, she's funny.
So he's shooting at like two dudes over here.
And he's shooting at the ground.
And the cops are right there. He doesn't even see him.
Is he still shooting?
Dude, they dropped him. You see that?
Shit.
Like 50 of them show up. Is the sound coming through?
Yeah, kind of.
For the video?
Lord and Alabama. Just lay them down. Lay your ass down, nigga. Lay your head on that concrete, on that concrete. Lay it down, lay it down, lay it down. Lay it down, oh, lay it down. Lay your head on that concrete. Bam! Boom! Hit him again. Bam! Got it! Got it! Oh, this is the best day. Lay it down. Got to come out there and enjoy their damn coffee and shit. He gets what he deserves. Bernard gets what he deserves. I don't understand why we. Oh, bam! Oh, he did it again. Boobies on his chest. Oh, man, it's some of the best footage that we've seen all week. Where's John, man? We need him. Oh, bam! He fell again. Oh, he did it. Can we get another replay on that? Bam! Whoa! Man, it's a damn shame that this can't happen more often. He came out of that ball thinking that he was shit shooting in the ground. And this the
You should have took the beating.
they'll shoot innocent people. Because as you see, when he was walking away from people, he was just shooting over his shoulder.
Dude.
Oh, he fell his chest. He fell out again. Oh, no, bam! Oh, somebody grabbed the table.
Dude, that he didn't even see them pull up. That's the funny shit. The guy that was hugging him in a bear hug saw them and he let him go. Yeah, dude, I replayed those two links about like 5-10 times. It was hilarious.
You ever been a big ass group of a bunch of brothers doing that shit?
Say it again, Knives.
Have you ever been a big ass group full of brothers like that, and y'all start doing that shit?
Nah, dude, even in Hollywood, dude, I've never seen someone just pull out a gun and start doing shit like that.
So people walking by like it was nothing. Oh.
Nah, not even in Hollywood, dude. Like everyone either has their cell phone out and they're videotaping it, or they're just like walking real fast to get away from that shit.
I stopped going to clubs because of that shit.
Dude, I stopped going to clubs because I was fucking broke.
I used to go to clubs because it was free.
Oh, there you go. No, dude, every time free, and every time we went, it was like $110 down the drain.
Yep.
You spend a couple months doing that, and you're like, fuck this shit. And the really nice ones, you have to pay off the bouncer to get in. I paid the guy $50 at fucking Avalon, dude. Line was around the block. Then got in there. It was loud as shit. Gigantic place. Loud as shit. Nothing to do. Fucking spent an hour waiting for a drink. Then we went outside, and the only place you can talk is outside, and everyone's fucking smoking. So the only chicks you can talk to are the ones outside smoking.
And they look good for a day, but you know.
Now you get sick of it after a while, dude.
Oh shit, yeah, dude.
And then I got sick of it in my 20s. I'm in my fucking 30s right now. I was like, what the fuck? It's like there's
I
no
think it when I was 25.
Yeah, you can only do it for like a couple of years, dude, and then fucking it's just sad.
And after that, you're fucking done.
Yeah, you're fucking broke and you're done. That's it. I'll tell you what, the best place to pick up girls was like Whole Foods and Trader Joe's. Trader Joe's is better because the people that shop in Whole Foods are fucking out of their goddamn minds, dude. I used to work there as a fucking cashier. And then fucking, dude, I invented the term in fucking 2010. Like, people used to come up, they go, you know what we call this place? We call it Whole Paycheck. Isn't that funny? And I'm like, yeah, that's not bad. You know what I call it? And they're like, what? And I said, Asshole Foods.
Shit, I used to work at Ralph's.
Yeah, dude, I had a friend that worked at Ralph's. He got fucking fired. He got laid off.
I did 6 months, 6 or 7 months. Then my aunt told me to go work for her up in North.
Yeah, dude, they're fucking shitty jobs, dude.
I worked night crew. I love night crew. I like being in the back working with the, what you call the thing where you smash down cardboards.
Yeah, the compactor.
Yeah, I used to do that. Go in the morning, do that, help out the night crew with all the boxes and shit. Just pull them out, get them off the floor.
Yeah, dude, when everyone's out of the store, it's a good gig. I was in the front as a cashier, dude.
Being the baggers suck too. Triple bag, please. On brown bags, I'm like, fuck.
Dude, there's people that would come in and fucking ask because they would use the fucking paper bags as their garbage bags at home. So they go, okay, no more than 2 items, no more than 2 items per bag. They fucking had a grocery cart full of shit. They said, dude, are you kidding me? Fucking people are out of
Put
their
3
minds.
bags of brown bags together. Try to do that in time.
Yeah, dude, triple bag. Yeah, I've heard one triple bag.
Oh fucking god, dude, that shit's so fucking annoying.
The worst were the fuckers that, like, you had to do go backs or price checks.
Oh yeah, I had the go backs are the fucking worst, man. I hated doing that shit.
Because fucking grocery moves around everything like every week. Because I don't know what moron. It's this fucking Costco shit mentality everyone has where, like, let's not label any of the fucking aisles and let's move shit around every week so people have to walk around like morons trying to find what they need. And that way they'll buy one more thing walking around because they'll see something new. It's like, dude, are you guys fucking morons?
We never had to deal with that.
Oh, shit, dude. They were always coming in with some new hire with their, like, fucking smile with a shit-eating grin all the time with their new fucking ideas on how to improve efficiency. I was like, motherfucker, we're making 110,000 fucking, like, gross a day. What do you want? I'm fucking packed.
And we still get paid like shit.
I get paid like shit, and this guy's coming in, oh, this is how we improve efficiency.
Get the fuck out of here.
Like, unless you can give me a fucking, like, robot, fucking cyborg shit, it's like, nothing's gonna get more efficient around here. God damn it, dude, awful.
I got one for you, man. Still work at Ralph's, right? Some bum went and took a shit on the fucking, on a fucking urinal, right? I had to go fucking clean it because nobody else wanted to go clean it. I got fucking tired of everybody going, no, I'm not gonna do it.
Oh, dude, we had people come and take a shit in the middle of the floor of the bathroom.
You have to deal with that shit too. It piss on all over the goddamn floor like missing.
Dude, you know the grate, the fucking drain grate in the middle of the floor? Like how some bathrooms have that because the bathroom's at angle in case there's an overflow, it drains in the center. Dude freaking took a dump right there. Like
I
on the
wasn't
grate.
On one, you know where you put the milk? By the little freezers where the milks are?
Yeah.
I was in there, but some girl told me that somebody took a shit right there. So like, fuck.
Hey, that was one of your dudes. Because customers don't go back there. That was one of you. It's probably your janitor.
Like, what the fuck? Dude, when I used to work in the back and load those trucks, man, I was happy. Nobody bothered me.
No, dude, the best time to work is when there's no customers around. That's why,
Oh, fucking night crew? Working as a GM? That's what I was doing.
yeah, night crew or like super early morning where there's only like a few people there. Fuck, man.
You got the usual customers that come every 3 days. Like, yeah, they know you by name and shit.
Yeah. Oh, dude, there's
Some
there's freaking people that like would come there every day, like every 7 a.m. on the dot, just waiting outside the store.
we opened at 6.
Yeah, fuck that. The only place like that where I would work is Costco. That's like that busy.
I'd rather work in the nighttime when nobody's around.
I know it's better for you, like work wise, but freaking it fucks up your body, dude. Night shift.
Oh, dude, I didn't even know what time it was sometimes.
No, it fucks up your body. You start gaining weight. You get sick all the time. You can't do it.
Nah, dude, I was getting sick more times in the daytime.
Why?
Motherfucker sneezing and shit, coughing.
Dude, I used to wear freaking gloves at the checkout counter. And fucking people used to go, "What, do you think we're dirty?" I'm like, no, 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 it's for the money. It's for the money.
Yeah, you don't know where a fucking stripper put this behind her butt cheek.
Oh, dude, there's probably so much fucking fecal matter and coke and like all sorts of disgusting bacteria and STDs on dollar bills and $5 bills. My God. Just wearing nitrile gloves all the time, counting money.
Yeah, I know some of the young ones just come in all fucking high and shit like, fuck this job.
Dude, I had to drink so much freaking coffee to be on top of it. Because you lose more than $1, dude. They start fucking with you. Like lose more than $1. Like if you have more than $1 or like less than $1, like how much you're supposed to have, they fucking put you on probation if you do it for more than like 2 or 3 days. It's ridiculous.
That's why I stay my ass away from the cashier.
Shit, I did the Costco night cruise ship.
How was that?
It wasn't too bad until the nights when the fucking general manager of the store would get drunk and get in a fight with his wife, so he'd have nowhere to go but come into work and just fucking chew everybody's ass. You're not working fast enough. You're not doing this enough. Blah, 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 blah. Just like, dude, you're not supposed to be here until 6 o'clock. Fucking shut up.
Yeah, that's a fucked up thing about working for other people, dude. Like, Depends how well their wife fucks them. If she fucks them good, you're gonna have a good day. If she doesn't fuck them good, if she fucks them up, you're gonna have a shitty day.
Pretty much.
Are you still working there?
No, fuck no.
Fuck, dude, they pay like 20, 22 bucks an hour plus healthcare. Around here, man, fucking, I would have worked for them in a second. Shit, I was making half as much putting myself through school with no fucking health plan. Freaking, like, just as busy.
Dude, I only had to walk like what 6 blocks to go to work.
What was that? What box to go to work?
I used to walk 6 blocks just to go to work.
Fuck, Knives, that's not bad, bro.
Yeah.
That ain't shit.
Yeah, until I got jumped like a few times at like 2 in the morning and shit.
What neighborhood was this?
I live in Long Beach.
Oh yeah, dude, fucking Long Beach.
And then one night I was getting off of work, it was like 2 in the morning. I stayed up to just to chill. Some cop, like, I don't know, out of nowhere, comes out and just goes, I had my shirt off, I had a white shirt underneath, had my dickies on, so he thought I was a gangbanger and shit, which I was kind of associated with some of them. But he pulls me up, gets out of the car, get down in the car, get down on the ground, get down on the ground, he tells me to get down on the ground, I get out on the ground. Picks me up, slaps me on the hood, and starts going through my pockets and everything, checking me out. Some other cops pulls up, he knows me, and this guy was on a bad mood for some reason. And the other cop that knew me told him to let me go. Like, why do I gotta let him go? It wasn't him. And I get let go, and you hear him talking shit behind when I start walking away. Fat ass motherfucker.
Well, dude, you know they get points for a raise when they find drugs.
He ain't find shit.
I know, but that's why they do it. That's why they freaking stopped everyone that looks like they have something on them.
This guy was a newbie.
Yeah. Well, that's how they get points, dude. You don't get fucking... First of all, if you don't write at least like 10 tickets a day, like when you're starting out, they'd fucking go, what the fuck have you been doing all day long? And then, like, there's only so many, like, positions to promote because they have a paramilitary system, so fucking whoever has the most arrests or the most drug bust gets, like, gets priority for the promotion. But Long Beach is fucking, depending on the neighborhood, dude, it's a fucked up place.
You got Lakewood and you got the Cheetos.
Yeah. Well, you remember a few years ago? Like maybe 2 or 3 on the 4th, where all the fuckers from Long Beach and the Inland Empire went over to Huntington? And it was a van skateboard, like with a surfing thing.
Yeah.
Like in Vans had taken over the whole beach, like all of Huntington Beach, like itself, like setting up. And then there's fucking thousands of fuckers on the beach, right? 6 o'clock hits and the competition's over, and their security illegally kicks fucking people off the private beach, and all of them flood into Main Street. And now you have every motherfucker and their mom and their sister, like, all over Main Street, and everyone's like running into the restaurants and whatnot. drinking, and then fucking people, they like the restaurants shut their doors and they stop letting people in, and these fuckers just start getting mad and trashing the whole place. It was ridiculous, dude. Fuck, let me pull up a clip of that, dude. They fucking smashed that bike shop and started fucking stealing lowriders. That was the best. Like, the store owners like doing a tug of war with them. It was the best. Fuck, dude, I was there. I was like fucking 3 blocks away.
I'm not associated with this shit. I'm not.
No, I was like, well, we were looking at it because fuck, dude, we know better than to fucking to go on Main Street, fucking at that time. But let me see if I can find it. Hold on.
Knives, did you say Ponder he's working tomorrow?
Yeah, I heard him say he's gonna work. Speed does off of the potatoes. Oh, tomorrow's Monday. So maybe Jimmy might put up something or something like that.
No, I was just on gun channels and Ponder's out there now. I was just like, damn, it's late for him to be out there.
Oh, these shows like LA Rides.
Oh, it wasn't that bad, dude. It was nowhere near that fucking 93, 92 riot. Oh, this is 93. Never mind. Hold on, let me find the one from like 2 years ago. dude. I want to see this shit drop.
Dude, I still think of Huntington Beach as a shithole.
Why?
I don't know. It's like because it kind
You
of looks
see all
like
those
Long Beach.
porter potties tipped over?
Yeah.
You see all this? You see all these porter potties tipped over, dude?
Oh, that shit, dude.
Look at this. Look at all that blue liquid, dude. It's blue liquid and shit.
Oh, dude,
This shit happened in the middle of the day?
No, it was around 6. Because the sun
Alright,
doesn't
well,
fucking set till like 8:45, so.
Yeah, I was picturing nighttime for some reason.
Oh, that is fucking nasty. I feel bad for the guy who had to fucking pick him up. I run.
Look at this dude in the shorts. They let their cops wear shorts, dude. It's fucking hilarious. These are the dudes that ride the freaking ATVs on the beach.
Yeah, we got those.
This isn't even the bad part at night, dude. That's the shit.
Yeah.
And this dude was like a football player too, man. They put him in jail. He lost his He had like an opportunity to freaking go to college and play football. He lost all that shit.
Free bye.
But yeah, dude, that was fun.
Forgot about that.
Yeah, there's some better videos out there, man, but it was packed, bro. It was so fucking packed. But it wasn't the 4th. It was when they were having the surf championships, the U.S. Open surf championships, and then Vans. Yeah, Vans was like all over the beach.
Yep.
Dude, I would totally get the Steyr.
Oh shit. I gotta do something about that mag, man.
I think it's Lancer.
put black magazine, same as the upper.
Like, look at this, guys. He had it water printed. Fuck, dude, they're even doing it with this Roni system. But you know what doesn't work with an AK?
Yeah, I went too far with that shit.
That went too far, dude. Fucking. It looks like he painted it with the stuff you put on your bathroom walls, like some oil gloss or some shit.
Some of that bare fucking paint from Home Depot.
Yeah.
In his mind, he thought it was cool. Like a week later, he's like, that's the stupidest shit I ever did.
I got some left over. I finished the bathroom. I got some leftover paint. What should I do with it? This one actually looks good, though. Look at this shit.
I forgot who makes that upper. That real.
Yeah, that barrel's only going to come up to here. Look at that. Fuck, dude. Technically, this all becomes a comp.
Yeah. Oh, I like how it rail ends up.
Yeah. Just do that touch right here. Let's see what else they got. This one looks good too. Look at this shit. Oh, I forgot all about the armor they made. Do you see that AR 500 armor?
What company makes that shit?
I think AR 500 did it for like SHOT Show, and they made a functional Boba Fett like armor and helmet. This is all real shit.
Fucking HK 6281.
Yeah, let's see. Fuck.
I think it was like a AR 500 and HK project it worked on, wasn't it? Collaboration.
Yeah, it was something like that, and they got with this other guy to design it. But it looked awesome, dude, because what they did was, I don't know if you can see the mouse, but they made the plates like it wasn't all one piece. It was flexible, so like it could all move. So it was in like 2 or 3 different pieces. So we can get a better shot. Yeah, that was it. You see it?
SBA. Gotta be a skinny ass dude to wear that shit.
Hey, see his Jesus abs? Better get working.
Nah, man, I look like the Michelin Man right now.
The what?
I look like the Michelin Man right now.
See, I never got why they should. I don't get armor that only comes up this high, dude. Like, this is some short armor.
I had a pick, SKD pick plate carrier. Never rode it all the way to my belly button.
Well, dude, you get shot. It's true. There's no vital organs here, really. But fucking, you get shot in your intestines.
Your intestines gonna fly out.
Well, no, like, not unless you freaking get hit with, like, a massive round that's gonna kill you fucking anyway. But you gotta remember, there's fucking fecal matter all in here. And that hits this shit. And not only are you gonna have a bleed, all that fecal matter, if it's in there, is gonna leak out and it's gonna cause a bad infection.
I am dead after that.
Yeah, dude, fuck it. Like, and then you have to fucking, it's shit. They have to freaking cut you open, find out where it's severed, and before they can reattach it, dude, like, they'll reattach it, right? They'll cut off whatever's wrong, they'll reattach it, but this has to heal. So you can't take a shit through here. So then they'll go up higher, and they'll cut a section of the healthy part off, so the lower part can heal, and they'll bring this fucking out of your skin right here and put a fucking bag and a stick around it, and then you have an ostomy bag for like weeks until that shit heals. And then they'll reconnect it and start you on a slow fucking diet, and that way you can just then you gotta eat like soup and like water for like, and broth for like a fucking few weeks until you can actually take a real dump. It's ridiculous.
Fuck Jenny Craig. I gotta take a dump.
Dude, I saw one of these one time. Like, they have these bags and they're just plastic, right? You change them out because you just shit in these bags, like through your stomach, because your intestines sticking out. And fucking when you fart, it fills up with air. So I've seen these bags fill up like this big with air, like a fucking football, and then blow all over the room. They just blow shit all over the room. It's ridiculous.
You work at a hospital?
I used to. No more fucking hospitals, man. They suck. But the poor janitor dude is fucking cleaning. I came back 3 hours later to finish up my shift, and then the janitor was there fucking cursing in Spanish with the mop.
Hey, man, those guys get paid good, though.
Dude, it's being the janitor at a hospital sucks, bro.
Yeah, I got
like, I'm an RN, and fucking I have to clean up shit and throw up and all that all the time, but fucking, like, yeah, it's like when you have to do it like every minute, like you're cleaning up throw up or like something disgusting, like, fuck, dude.
I used to volunteer at a veteran hospital. I had some dude taking shit on his fucking wheelchair.
Oh yeah, that happens all the time, dude. Why do you think they're fucking why do you think all the wheelchairs are like that vinyl material so you can disinfect it?
Yep. Yeah, I got asked after I get my eyes fit, my good contacts. They want me to do janitor work at a hospital at Memorial. I fucking have bad dreams of still working at the. I still have bad dreams of the fucking Veterans Hospital.
Dude, the Veterans Hospital is something fucking else, dude. You can't compare anything to the VA. Why do you think every fucking VA has a graveyard, like, right next to it? Because it's the worst service anywhere. They fucking audited that shit, and even after the audit, it was still worse than it was before. I haven't seen such a waste of fucking money and time and, like, people not giving a shit, and then, like, you got vets in there that fucking don't want to be in there, dude, because they're like, my insurance ran out and I have no choice. I had to come. They hate being there. They hate the VA. Now, dude, the VA is like a stepping stone for a lot of people.
That shit's fucking sad because them guys deserve the best of the best.
Well, dude, they don't pay. Like, they pay maybe 25% less than everyone else.
This is the one I used to work. I used to volunteer at.
Which one did you work at?
The one on Long Beach and 7th Street.
Oh, okay.
I volunteered there.
Yeah, it's worse if you volunteer, dude. Okay,
I did it for high school. Give me out of fucking class and shit, but I did
class
that
would
for
have
a
been
while.
better, bro. Class.
Nah, man. Some of these guys I talked to, they kind of like, I was going down the wrong road and they kind of helped me out, so I'm good.
That's alright.
I wouldn't be here talking to you guys.
Yeah, man, I wouldn't. Like, most people work there for a couple of years and then they go because the government just sucks in everything it does, bro. Like, people say they want fucking socialized healthcare. That's the best socialized healthcare they can fucking come up with. No shit. But I've never, like, in all the hospitals I've worked at, dude, they maybe have 2 people tops to a room. I've seen 6 people in rooms at the VA. 6 people. But I'll tell you what, their long-term care service, like for the vets that there's no one to take care of them and they're older, is pretty good. Those guys, like, people that work there actually give a shit, and they're understaffed, but they take good care of them.
I used to like hearing the World War II vets talk shit about the Vietnam vets.
Yeah, they did that too when I was there, man.
That shit was funny.
They called them all pussies and shit, like they look down on them so much. I'm like, dude, what the fuck?
Now, some of these guys like took it like they're just fucking around. And then the Vietnam vet talk shit about the Gulf War vets.
Dude, the only guys that can talk shit about the Vietnam vets were the guys that went into the Pacific. Because fucking jungle stuff, compared to the stuff they did in Europe, was a lot worse.
Fuck the jungle, man. Fuck that shit.
Yeah, dude, seriously, fuck that shit. How many goddamn things can kill you in the jungle? Dude, I'm still debating whether to pick up a 357 SIG. Look at that, dude. It looks like the Haunted Mansion.
It's been that long. I was reading up on Long Beach history, and on all the hotels, all the big old buildings that were hotels, they're all like condos now, but they still put machine guns during the World War on top of anti-air defense.
Oh yeah, you remember that? You remember that movie? Well, not the Russians were coming, but even in what was it, 1946, where they started like freaking putting all types of shit. It was like they gave that fat guy the artillery gun to put in front of his yeah. Dude, they were scared, man. Like I couldn't imagine how freaking scared people were. I was in microbiology, and we were reading about how like they were fucking around with different things around the oceans, and then like Serratia marcescens, which is this freaking red type of bacteria. They let it spread out like all over in like the whole West Coast, like I think up to Oregon or something, went like just crimson red. Because I don't know what happened. I don't remember what happened, but like something did it where they were testing it in the water to see if they can like if the Japanese would use it on them, what would happen, and it just spread and spread and spread, and then everything turned crimson red on the West Coast, dude. It was ridiculous. Fucking rounding up Japanese people and putting them in camps, jeez. Could you imagine that, dude? It's like going to war with Mexico and rounding up all the Mexicans.
Guerrilla warfare. I'll be right back. Yep.
All right, y'all. I gotta go pack up. I'm headed to NorCal tomorrow.
Right on, man.
What part?
Fucking Roseville.
I lived in Roseville.
Yeah.
I used to work at a store that's on Kirby and something.
Yeah, I've never been, dude, so we'll see how it is.
It's a traffic jam in the midday, dude.
No, I'm gonna go in there at nighttime.
Oh, you're good. Watch out for the cops, though.
For the what? For the cows or the cats?
The cops.
Oh, no, I'm good, dude. Freaking I'm gonna take it easy. I'm gonna go through Fresno, pick up some people, and then drive on in there, spend the 4th over there, see how it is.
Man, be safe.
All right, guys. Take care.
All right, Knives, I'm about to cut out too.
All right, man. Take care.
Yep. You have a good one.